sausage fest in here, fellas. Bit of a sausage fest. That's okay. That's okay. Welcome to the International Football Betting Conference, the first ever, brought to you by Sportsbook Review. How you guys feeling out here? All right. All right. First off, we want to thank our sponsors who helped us make this all happen. So I'm going to say their names and please give them the love that they deserve. First off, we want to thank Bet Online. Can we give Bet Online some love? Bet Online making this happen. We also want to thank Intertops. Give Intertops some love. And we also want to thank uwager.eu. Give them some love. And I want to thank my personal bookie who lets me bet up to $10,000 with credit because I've been losing my fucking shirt lately. So I want to thank Dan. I want all your money, Dan. Go fuck yourself. Drink sperm. Okay. So I know some of you guys are here thinking that this is too good to be true. You're probably waiting for the timeshare pitch, right? But this really is a football betting conference you've been flowing down to. You really are as lucky as you think you are this weekend. I mean that, man. We're gonna have a lot of fun. I mean that. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Jimmy the Bag. I am the greatest handicapper in the world. Not the winningest, but the fucking greatest. Tell everybody, especially the sleuths. I know that there are some people in here that hate the Bag, right? Don't want him to be hosting this incredibly special event, and that's good. I don't give a fuck. I know that there's some of you that love the Bag, and you're excited that I'm hosting this, and that's good too. And I know there's some of you who just don't care, and I don't like you guys. All right? But we are here because we love betting football, right? Yeah. Right? But we are also here because we have passports. Yes. Yes. That's right. And there's a lot of people who love betting football who don't have passports. Most famously, big man on campus. We're coming to you live right now for our SBR family and our SBR friends. So, big man, if you are watching this, man, we wish you were here. You will be sadly missed. We love you, man. But you should know that that I learned when I was 12 years old not to get caught without a passport. Sorry, big man, but it's time to graduate to passport ownership. Didn't everyone tell you that not having a passport is a sucker's bet? Just like you said parlays, motherfucker? All right, that was just personal. So you are all glad, and I'm so thankful that you guys kept your passports up to date because we are going to get to listen to some of the greatest minds in the football betting industry this weekend. We got Gabe Morency. He's going to teach us how to use the information from fantasy leagues that they're putting out to our capping advantage. We got Ed Feng. Is going to tell us what statistics and algorithms can do for your capping. And Donnie Rightside is going to teach us all how to clean and organize a desk. OCD is a good thing for this business, Donnie. You know that. You're good. You're good. It's perfect. It's a perfect thing. So we got lots of great talks and insights coming your way today and tomorrow. I'm so excited to be hosting this for you. There's going to be a lot of fun. Are you guys ready for us to kick this off? Let me hear you guys ready to do this. What a treat. Our first speaker is a star in the betting industry, and he will be introducing SBR favorite Drew Martin. You know him from Sportsbit, and I believe he played the teacher in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. He's an incredible capper that we can all learn from, so let's give some love to my man, Mr. Teddy Covers.
Bueller?
Yell it, buddy.
Bueller? Thanks so much for being here, guys. And I'm going to start out, I wanted to do some thanking as well right from the get-go. So please bear with me for just a moment. But there's a lot of people that got to be thanked for this. And let's start with you guys for showing up. Yeah. All right, for a conference that really wasn't put together until about 3 months ago. To have an audience like this is quite an accomplishment, and you guys taking the time out of your lives to come down and hang out with us for the weekend is awesome. I appreciate each and every one of you coming down here. I want to thank SBR. Well, first, give you guys a round of applause. Let's go. I want to thank SBR for putting all this together. Cynthia, Zach, Deb, Ariel, Maddie, Justin, Sonia, everybody else. I know I'm forgetting the names, but you guys busted ass. You guys to put this together again. We haven't started. We're just starting right now. All the feedback that I got from everyone out in the audience yesterday is nothing but positive. So, job well done, at least so far. All we can do now is screw it up. I want to thank the guys from Covers for being here, helping us sponsor. And of course, the guys from Bet Online, Intertops, and UWager. There wouldn't be a conference without these three fine offshore books. We're going to talk a lot today about the concept of having multiple outs. I know a lot of you guys who aren't in Vegas tend to bet with bookies more than sports books. That's something that we hope to correct over the course of the next 48 hours. But the sponsors, Bet Online, Intertops, and UWager, for putting this thing together, getting us down here. And of course, that's it for the thanks. I'm going to start with a little anecdote. I moved to Las Vegas in 1998. There was a conference sponsored by, I'll say their name, Vegas Insider. Boo. A conference sponsored by Vegas Insider. And I was literally sitting in the audience like you guys are now, saying, I'm serious about sports betting. I'm interested in sports betting. I want to learn. 5 years later, I was talking at that same conference as an expert. So it's doable. If you guys are willing to put in the time and effort and energy into becoming successful at betting on sports, a rise is most assuredly a possibility for you. And of course, there's no reason to think that there's anyone in this room that's not capable of A, making good money, and B, making a nice brand for themselves if they choose to do so. But just to say, being out there in the audience, you know, there's something to be gained from this. And I hope, what do we have? We have 7 or 8 different really good speakers. I'm excited about the guys we have talking over the course of the next 2 days. You'll be able to get a ton of good information you can bring back home and use to start making money if you haven't been making money already. So my topic is differences in approach and futures between college and the NFL. I'm going to talk about that, but I'm not going to do it dry. I hope not. That sounds a little bit dry. What I want to talk, though, is get into the concept of futures. And what you see with traditional futures, odds to win the Super Bowl, odds to win the World Series. You know, I'm going to focus on football, but the same thing goes for odds to win the NBA title, odds to win the college basketball national championship, et cetera, et cetera. If you watch SportsBit on a regular basis, or if you watched it this week, we had a great graphic up there talking about what the house hold percentages are for future book wagers. And I'll give you a hint. If you didn't see it, it ain't minus 110. You know, you're not laying 11 to win 10. The best books, including the books we have here, you'll be laying 25 cents, you know, on average. The lay price is minus 125. At other books, you'll find higher than that, minus 130, minus 140, minus 150. So, given that concept alone, I'm not a huge fan of betting your basic futures. There's a reason that every sports book in Las Vegas has the odds to win whatever prominently displayed year-round. You know, the day after the Super Bowl ends, boom, here are the odds for next year's Super Bowl. Here, guys, come on, come bet them. There are better ways to get at it, but there's so many issues, so many flaws with traditional futures. You have the house takeout issues. You have, as the odds get adjusted throughout the course of the season, what will happen is, they'll take money on whoever. The Atlanta Falcons last year were taking money every week. You know, Falcons win the Super Bowl. Falcons win the Super Bowl. You see the odds come down as the season progresses. You don't always see the odds go up for teams that aren't attracting the same type of betting action. So the odds start out bad and they get worse as the year progresses at a lot of books, which isn't necessarily a good thing. And of course, one of the things that I hate the most about traditional futures, you know, one team's going to win the Super Bowl. 2 teams are going to win their conferences. 8 teams are going to win their divisions. But of the 1 team that's going to win the Super Bowl, 31 teams aren't. You know, of the 2 teams that win their conferences, 15 teams from each conference won't. 30 teams won't. From the 8 teams to win the division, 24 teams won't. And you can't bet against any of those teams. All you can do is bet on a team. with traditional futures. I want this team to win the Super Bowl. I want this team to win the Stanley Cup or whatever. You can't bet against them. So that, in my mind, is something of a flaw. And of course, last but not least, and this is something that Drew's going to touch on a lot when we talk about money management later in this talk, you lock your money up. Your money is locked. You're not able to do anything with that percentage of your bankroll throughout the course of the entire football season. If you make a future wager right now, I want to bet, who cares, the Bengals. I want to bet the Bengals to win the Super Bowl this year. That's great. Okay. But now that money's locked up, you can't use it until the end of the Super Bowl is finished. So you need a deeper bankroll and money specifically set aside for these future wagers. And to be honest, most people don't have it. So those are just some of the reasons. Oh, there's more. Sorry, I keep looking at my notes over here, but I have to because I got too much up here to actually give a coherent talk without looking back once in a while. But here's the other factor with traditional future book odds. Leicester City, what was it, last year, 5,000 to 1? You'll never see 5,000 to 1 again. It won't happen. The books got burned. Look what happened when the Rams won the Super Bowl at 200 to 1. You've never seen a 200 to 1 since, not a live one. You can get the Jets at 125 to 1 right now. I mean, literally, that's what the markets have done. Because the books they didn't get burned. They got frickin' destroyed with things like Leicester City and the Rams. What happens? They realized you don't need to have 5,000 to 1 odds or 200 to 1 odds to attract money on the teams that people aren't betting on. You can have much lower odds and you'll still get the same amount of money coming in on those teams and have less liability. So the real bargains when it comes to the future book and future odds, they've been taken out. Your super value plays, they may have been there 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Modern era, circa 2017, you're not going to find a lot of live, very long shots on the future board. Hence, my distaste in the modern market for futures. Now, that's not to say there's no room whatsoever for betting futures. Obviously, there is, and even odds to win something. I'm going to talk about season wins in a few moments, which is the future bet that I like the most. But and then, okay, we talk about the long shots. Let's talk about the short chalk. You want to bet the Patriots? Think about this concept, okay? You could have locked your money up the day after the Super Bowl last year and gotten New England to win the Super Bowl at 4 to 1, 3 to 1. You could have made a very similar bet at the start of the regular season. You got the Patriots, 3 to 1, 4 to 1 range. Could have made the same bet in October, 3 to 1, 4 to 1 range. Could have made the same bet at the start of the playoffs where maybe they were plus 250 at the start of the playoffs, plus 200. In the Super Bowl itself, you could have gotten them at plus 15 to 1. You didn't even have to work that hard. So all year, you locked your money up from the day after the Super Bowl to get 3 to 1. In the game itself, you could have gotten better odds than that. Okay. I think my point is clear. The chalk in the future book, they're more likely to win. There's zero value betting the chalk when it comes to future book odds generally. Even if that chalk's going to win it all, you will have other opportunities to bet them and other ways to get at them rather than a standard traditional, walk up to the window or go or walk or click on your account and just log in and boom, I'm going to make a future bet. And that's why, again, these bets are so prominently displayed in all the casinos in Las Vegas. And of course, the Twitter stuff. People, the Twitter brag. Everyone loves, look what I got. I got whoever at 40 to 1. And it's all over Twitter. Oh, that guy's really sharp. I can say this for fact. One of the guys who got famous on Twitter for having future bets, large future bets on relative long shot teams, he was betting every team. Okay? He was betting every team. And then, look how smart I am. Which is not, again, if you have that kind of bankroll, you're willing to put $1 million into futures, knock yourself out. You can brand yourself that way, but there are better ways to do it. The Twitter brag stuff, it's nice to build a brand, no question, but in terms of actually making money betting futures, it's not the way to go, in my opinion. Now, there are some things that we can definitely do in terms of getting at the future markets without falling into some of the negative traps that I've talked about just now with that. And that includes the odds to win the Super Bowl. And of course, you're talking about approaches. You know, you're not getting true odds with the future book. Your long shot odds are down. Your chalk odds aren't ever good. You're locking up your money. There are situations when you see a team that's quote unquote live in preseason, in July, in August for the NFL. Say, all right, this team's live and the markets aren't seeing it. Maybe the time to get on that wager is now. And again, I'll bring up the Falcons last year. Of course, if you bet the Falcons to win the Super Bowl, you didn't win your wager. You got a lot of action with it. It was live for a long time, but you didn't cash that ticket. That ticket ended up, getting ripped up, going in the trash, or saving it for tax purposes, or whatever you want to do it. If you bet the Falcons over 7 wins, obviously that was not a sweat last year. But the point is that when you're not getting the true odds, you're not getting the great odds on long shots. But if you're going to bet long shots, like, let's say, Atlanta last year, the time to do it is early. The time to do it is in August, sometimes July. Barack Obama, I had a Barack Obama 100-to-1 ticket in my pocket. When, your live long shots, if you get them early, and again, you're going to talk about politics. It's not just football betting. The concepts that we're talking about today, obviously it's a football betting conference, but the concepts that we're talking about are certainly translatable to other types of wagers, whether it's politics, whether it's basketball, whether it's odds to win the Academy Awards, whatever the concepts are. Your long shots, if you do want them, you do want them relatively early in the equation because that value gets sucked out of them. By the October 1st last year, the Falcons were not 30 or 40 to 1 to win the Super Bowl. So I have no hesitation. If you're going to get involved with this type of future wagers and you're looking for your long shots, I would not recommend betting a team that's short chalk. But for your longer shots, and they're good, you got to bet them relatively early. Leicester City and your St. Louis Rams are examples of that. So you do want to get, if the team is alive, will allow you to do that, certainly. Mid-season, you can find some good options in the future book. Last year, the Packers had that, they had a 1-4 skid mid-season, and all of a sudden, the books that do drop odds, but there's boom, a ton of value on Green Bay. And they closed out and were alive. They didn't win the Super Bowl, but they were alive to make the playoffs and so on. When you find a team, I like to look, baseball right around the All-Star break. Hey, who's live? Who's live that's sitting at 40 to 1 or 50 to 1 right now? In the NFL, you won't necessarily get the 40 or 50 to 1s, but you can get some 30 or 20 to 1s that are most assuredly, 4-4 at the halfway mark. But you look at the back half of the schedule, say, wow, this team's trying to make a run. You look at the whatever kind of statistical evaluations you use, say, hey, this team's trying to make a run. I know when it comes to football, most of us are watchers. And when you watch a team, all right, hey, they're capable. Or no, they're not really capable. They've been a little bit lucky. But you can and will find pretty good opportunities mid-season at times betting the futures. College basketball contenders mid-season. Sometimes, if someone's off to a slow start, you can get involved there. I wouldn't recommend this for the NBA. NBA, the only thing that ever wins is chalk. Literally. But for sports like baseball or basketball, there are definitely opportunities with teams that are mediocre mid-season that may well be live later on. So that's definitely something I would look for. And again, I talked about the concept of the Patriots. Right now the Patriots are 3 to 1. If you bet them in October, you know what they're going to be? 3 to 1. Maybe plus 275. You bet them at the start of the playoffs, you know what they're going to be? I don't know, plus 250. 2.5 to 1. Maybe 2 to 1. You're not losing a ton by not betting a team like New England now, is my concept. So that's one. There's no reason to bet chalk whatsoever when it comes to the future. But it's time for me to have a sip of water. I like the drama. Pin drop. Nice. Okay. There's a better concept than simply betting these teams in the future, and that's a concept called the rollover. Okay? I used a rollover for Ohio State when Ohio State won the national title. It was with Cardell Jones at quarterback. And it's real simple. Here's a team that you want. I can bet them in the future book at 10 to 1. Or I can bet them on the money line in the first game of the playoffs And if they win, I will take that money and bet it all on the money line on the second game of the playoff. And that ended up producing closer to 20, I think it was 22 to 1, somewhere in that range. So you can take the easy bet, all right, Ohio State to win it, or you can bet them on the money line in the first game as dogs and then do it again in the second game as dogs. You can do that for favorites as well. You can do start of the NFL playoffs. Teams are going to have either 3 games or 4 games. You know, the teams that play the first weekend will have 4 potentials. Teams that have the byes have 3. Say, all right, rather than make a future book wager on this team, I'm going to bet them on the money line in the first game. And when they win, I'm going to roll that over to the second game. And when they win, I'm going to roll that over to the third game. At the end, you're making a pretty substantial wager that will likely significantly exceed the exact same bet. Just the one, you can just go, click and make it the lazy way. Or you can do it the professional way, which is you take the time, you shop around for book one. The other advantage, of course, if you have multiple books, which you need to have. Am I going to drumbeat that in enough? Whatever. People bet with one book and try to beat. I mean, you can't do it. You cannot win betting at one book. You shouldn't say that. You can win, but you're fighting with one hand behind your back. You know, if you have multiple books, guess what? Now you have 3 arms and 5 arms that you can fight with instead of just one. It really is a significant difference. But when you look at the advantage, another advantage that you can shop, you know, with one book, you're making your future bet. There it is. If you have multiple books and you're betting the rollover method, okay, which is simple, you're betting them on the money line. Guess what? You can make this wager at Intertops this week, and this wager at UWager next week, and this wager at BOL the following week, and get the best of the number at each of those with each of those bets, as opposed to just with the one book. So it allows you to shop from week to week. It allows you to shop within the week as the odds ebb and flow throughout the course of any given week. So it gives you more options to turn a little into a lot with the future book. And of course, that's the commie. That's, you know, how'd they build the big casinos in Vegas? How'd they build the Grand Casino here? People are always trying to turn a little into a lot. It's doable, but it's tough, obviously, when you're talking about these concepts with the future book. What I'm going to talk about is not turning a little into a lot. I'm going to turn it to standard 11 to 10 wagers or type wagers. Of course, that's with season win totals. You know, I'm not, again, I should say I hate the future book, but I kind of hate your standard future wagers. There are better ways to do it. But the future book you can really take advantage of is the win totals. You know, and when it comes to, you know, this is a football betting conference. When it comes to college football win totals, they're beatable. When it comes to NFL win totals, Matt Holt will tell you, he's talking next. Cantor CG Technology opened 2008. They've had one winning season. The sportsbook, who's taken 11 to 10, has had one winning season when it comes to NFL win total bets. So don't tell me they're not beatable, because they're getting beaten year in, year out. They're beatable. And that's, of course, since opening in 2008. And, of course, the advantage with win totals, and there's so many of them, but you can bet against teams. You know, you can't bet against any team in the future book. You can bet against a team in the win total. Guess what? Who's going to stink? I don't know. You know, you want to bet against the Browns last year? Here, you can bet. You can't bet them not to win the Super Bowl, but you can bet them under 4 wins or 4.5 wins. You know, you want to bet against the Jets this year? Knock yourself out. You can't do that unless you're dealing with the season win totals. And of course, we talked about the extra juice that gets pulled out of the wagers. Anytime you have more than 2 concepts, you know, wise guys, the pros in Vegas really tend to look for yes/no options. It's either going to be A or B. Even when you get into something like winning divisions, where it's A, B, C, or D, the house cut is higher. When there's 32 teams, the house cut is even more. So with the season win total bets, over/under, there's 2 options. They're going over, they're going under. You can find minus 110 with that, and that's widely available. And those, again, you're not going to bet a little to win a lot. It's not a let's get rich quick scheme. You guys know that. You're all here. You know this isn't a get rich quick scheme. This is a slow and steady grind. That's just the nature of it. And there's certainly an excitement level when you do hit those big scores. And there's concepts for hitting big scores that are better than the future book. But the reality of it is most of this is a one foot in front of the other, slow and steady grind. I mean, that's just the standard methodology for getting from here to there when it comes to bankroll growth and bankroll management. There aren't a whole lot of shortcuts to that. And you know, people like shortcuts. People like the easy way. People like, yeah, I'll just click on the future and I don't have to worry about it. I'll bet I'm going to win a Super Bowl. And I don't have to worry about it. But all right, you know, I'll bet this 8-teamer, and when it cashes and I hit my, 20 grand, then I'm loaded and I'm bankrolled up for the season. Obviously, the easy method, not always the best method. So, win total wise, you can find minus 110 shops. You can bet against teams. And here's another concept. When it comes to winning the Super Bowl or winning the college football national championship or anything, concept of that, you're not going to make a great number. You're not going to make a number. If you're sitting there, all right, I'm going to make numbers for this. Can you realistically make a number for odds to win the Super Bowl? When you see something that's way off, you're like, this team's 50 to 1. You're like, no, they're not 50 to 1. They should be 12 to 1. You can see a difference mentally. But if you sat down and said, I'm going to try to create a number for all these teams, I'm not convinced that, myself included, would be making great numbers. That's, the bookmakers do a better job of that in general than bettors will. But you can make good numbers when it comes to season win totals. You really can. You go through the schedule, you go through the power ratings, you put together a bill, you can look, again, I hate to bring up Matthew Holt over and over again, but, CG's got lines for every football game all year through week 16. You can go through the lines and get, all right, they're going to be 3-point dogs here, and which is how the numbers, how the opening numbers get made at a lot of books. They're just putting the point spread and translating that into a money line and then translating that over a 16-game season. Relatively simple math can help you create good bettable numbers for win totals. And obviously, if you have a scenario in which you're putting the time in over the summer, which obviously you're going to do if you're going to be betting these seriously, you can create pretty good numbers yourself, which are often different from the market numbers, particularly when you have perceptions about teams that aren't necessarily broader perceptions that everyone's getting. Say, this team's live, and maybe people aren't on that. A team like, let's say, the Tennessee Titans last year, coming to the campaign, that wasn't particularly hyped, but was certainly a moneymaker for those who had it. And of course, there are a lot of, there's, when you're talking about full season wagers, there's somewhat less variance with a full season wager with a future book bet than there is in any given week. In any given week in the NFL or in college football, your team might turn the ball over 4 times and fumble at the 1-yard line, and you can't believe that the punter just backed inside the 10 for the 4th time this game. There is a fair bit of randomness for any given week. When you're talking about a 16-game season in the NFL, you're making a win total bet, the randomness for any one week gets minimized, gets mitigated by the fact that you're looking over a 16-game season. So you're actually, in a sense, reducing your variance on some level. And in my mind, that's obviously something that any bettor wants. The more reduction in variance you can have when it comes to your bankroll swinging up and down, the better off you are. You'd rather have a relatively steady curve than a more bouncy curve. And not just because it's better for your bankroll growth, it's also better for your lifestyle and for your heart. As we all know. When you're talking about these concepts, and there's certainly good stuff that you can do with season wins. We talk about it a lot on sports, but again, I encourage you to go back and look at the archives. I'm not going to go into an in-depth scenario on season wins here, but I want to talk about one, at least, concepts. When you have the full season, less variance, you're getting who they really are over the full campaign. But there are also definitely strength of schedule issues that are not always priced correctly into the markets. Team like the Philadelphia Eagles last year, who on paper, this is for 2016, on paper you look at their schedule and like, oh my God, it's brutal. The Eagles' schedule is absolutely brutal. And at the end of the season, what happened? The Eagles faced the single toughest schedule in the NFL. And if you bet them early and had under 7.5, and with easy cash, you bet them late at 7, you pushed because they won the last 2 weeks and the Cowboys sat starters in week 17. But the concept that Philadelphia's schedule, it looked tough on paper, it actually was really tough. It wasn't necessarily factored effectively into the betting markets. I don't want to go too much into basketball here, but so let me just do football for a minute. When you have weird scheduling situations, one thing I do when I'm doing my football, and weird is not the right word, when you have awkward scheduling situations. Teams going to come back, teams are now playing. They don't have a bye immediately after coming back from a long road trip to London. That tends to be a negative spot. The divisional sandwich, a divisional game and then a road game against somebody and then another divisional game. The divisional sandwich, the game in the middle tends to be a bad spot. And then you can go on and on down the line, the back-to-back roadies, the West Coast teams traveling east, and find bad spots per se for a number of different teams. In college football you can as well, although you'll find more of those in the NFL, and certainly when it comes to NBA season win totals, spots are huge. How many back-to-backs do they play? How many teams are they playing on the second night of back-to-backs or 4th and 5? And those scheduling variances, both in terms of the quality of opponents that get played and in terms of the nuances of the schedule itself, it's certainly something that isn't always factored into a season win total quite as well as it should be. The way the books are putting those numbers together, again, they're looking at the money line each week. Here's my power rating for Team A. Here's my power rating for Team 2. Here's a point spread. Here's a money line. Let's attract the money line and turn that into a percentage chance of winning this game, and you add them all up, and that's your win total. They're not putting the spots into the equation. So when you find a team with a spot-heavy schedule that looks great, oh, they got a bunch of good spots, or a team, oh my God, they're up against it this week, and they're up against it next week, and look, they face 3 teams coming off a bye, back to back to back. When you find teams in those type of situations, they're not necessarily priced correctly. So it's definitely something that you can find edges with the season win total marketplace. Another thing that you're going to see, again, when we talk about variance, right now, who is it? The Jags. You can bet the Jags over 6 and under 7. Right now. This book, that book. There is enormous variance in season win totals when it comes to book, especially early on. Some books will take opinions. Some books will grab the market number. Every book is going to cater to their own audience and their own liabilities. So if a book is heavy on Jags, Jaguars over money, their number is going to be higher than the market. If a book is heavy on everyone but the Jags number, their number is going to be lower. And it's just that particular book and their particular audience. You will see significant and dramatic variance from one book to the next, and that's another thing we try to talk about on SportsBit. Right when the very first, South Point opened the first numbers, and we're like, boom, this is a bad. The Browns were aligned at 4. We're like, this number's not going to be there, not going to be there tomorrow, and it wasn't. You'll find situations like that every year with win totals, where here's a number, it's going to be there. There's variance from this book and another book. If you act quickly, you can definitely take advantage of those. And laying 110, you can find yourself some good wagers. And of course, pricing the half wins correctly. And this is a big issue when it comes to, and some of the stuff I'm not even sure I should be talking about, but what the heck. We're at a conference, and we're at a good conference. So I'm happy to share some good information, in my opinion, on this stuff. The standard rule of thumb for win totals. Teams lined at 7.5, a 7.5 minus 150 to the over is a moral equivalent of an 8 at even money. So basically, you'd say 50 cents worth of juice, excuse me, is the moral equivalent of a half win. And it is. For NFL teams lined in the middle, it's worth about 50 cents. When you start, but that 50, like the half win is worth about 50 cents worth of juice, that's a good rule of thumb. But it's really only for NFL teams in the middle. When you start talking about on the margins, how much is a half win worth between the Patriots are lined at 12.5 or 13? How much is that half win worth from a 12.5 to 13? That can be worth $1 worth of juice. That half win, whereas the standard's worth 50 cents. Because now, instead of winning 13 games, we're going to win 14 games. At the top end, where you say, all right, you're going from 3 losses down to 2 losses for the season, that's a significant difference even for an elite team. So at the ends, on the margins, is where you're going to find sometimes this stuff being priced wrong. The Browns opened at 4 wins. Again, they went to 4.5. The teams at the bottom are the similar story. It's worth more than 50 cents to have a half win differential from a team 4.5 wins to, from 4.5 down to 4 or vice versa, than it is for a team in the middle of the pack. When it comes to college football, a half win can be worth $1. Easy. Literally. The difference between a 10 and 10.5 for a team like, I don't know, what's the Alabama line? 10.5? Like 11? Yeah, 10.5. I mean, at the very top, that's worth $1. You know, they're asking them to win 10, between 10 games and 10.5 games. Get your money back if they go 10 and 2. We're talking about between 10.5 and 11. They got to win 12 games if they're lined at 11, versus they got to win 11 games. They have to go, undefeated regular season versus not undefeated regular season. It's at least worth $1. You see that on the bottom too. UNLV was lined at what, 2.5 wins, or you don't see a lot of teams lined in college football at the very bottom. But the weakest teams that you do find, there's not a whole lot of games that they're going to be capable of winning. Just like there's not a whole lot of games that the Alabamas are capable of losing. But when you try to price in how much each of those half wins is worth, or half losses is worth, it can often be significantly more than the markets are giving credit for. One more reason why you can find value with many of these over-under wagers in both college football and the NFL. But in general, college football, the half win is worth more than it is in the NFL. The markets don't always price it that way. Yeah, I guess this is the time to put these two things in here. You can't get into trouble, Jimmy, that was a great opener, Bag. I appreciate that. But you can't get into trouble when you're making deposits at sports books. You can't, because you're not going to spend more than you have. You're not going to lose more than you have. You can get into trouble when you're betting on credit. And that's where people that have problems get into their problems with gambling. If you're betting on credit and you're having issues, stop. If you need help, get help. But the better way to do it is bet what you have. Don't try to be, oh, well, if I can win these 6 wagers week 1, then I'm going to be in great. No. Bet what you have to bet with. And if that means, and again, Drew's going to get into this much more in a few minutes. But when you're betting on credit is the only way to get into trouble. If you're betting cash, okay, you're broke, but you're not in debt for the next 20 years, and working off to pay your bookie. And that's a lesson. I was lucky I only had to learn it once. There's some people that need to learn that lesson 3, 4, 5 times, and if you're in that situation, it's not necessarily a great thing. Bankroll-wise, I know that the majority of bettors don't put a separate bankroll. Just what you have to bet that week is whatever, your spare cash or whatever you have in your account, and it's not something that's locked away. If you are in position to legitimately, you have a bankroll and you want to put it to use, my advice would be you want to split it up. By splitting it up, I track everything, literally everything separately. I track my straight bets, and this is my bankroll for straight bets. I got my totals, and this is what I'm using for totals. I've got my win totals and my future bets. I've got my in-running. And you're tracking each of these separately. My halftime bets, I'm tracking separately. Side totals, half, in-game, win totals. You say only suckers bet parlays. I bet parlays. I bet long shot, underdog, money line parlays, and I have a specific bankroll that I use just for that. And it's the kind of thing that I know I'm probably going to get paid twice a year on it. I don't want to freak out because I'm sucking money out of my bankroll every week to do this. So at the start of the year, this money is in that account, and hopefully once or twice a year, this account will get replenished in a significant way. It's the same concept with the win totals, okay? Where if you're going to do this seriously, future-wise, okay, with win totals, you're going to get paid basically 4 times a year. I bet NFL, college football, NBA, MLB, 4 win totals. And 2 of the paid, you get paid in December, you get paid in January for NFL and college. You get paid in October for MLB, you get paid in April for NBA. So there's 4 times a year that money's going into that part of my bankroll. I need to be able to make wagers, not necessarily year round, but for you're making wagers all summer in football, you're making wagers all fall for NBA, you're making wagers in February and March for baseball. The money's not coming in at the same time as going out. So if you're not properly bankrolled for your future and you haven't separated out a piece of your bankroll for future bets, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be cutting in to alternative wagers that you could make throughout the course of the various seasons. That's why I would encourage you, make a slice. Here's a dime. I'm putting a dime into future book wagers, or 10 dimes or 20 bucks. It doesn't matter how. It's not, the concept works regardless of wager size. Split it up and track the results of your different wagers. Am I winning with my halftimes or am I losing? How many of you guys know? How many of you guys have a spreadsheet? Here's all my halftime bets. Here's all my in-running bets. Here's all my sides. Here's all my totals. Here's all my futures. If you have spreadsheets and you're tracking this stuff, you can really see what you're good at and what you're not good at, and that allows you to increase your bankroll size on the stuff you're good at and decrease your your wager size on the things you're good at and decrease your wager size. Yes, decrease your wager size on the stuff you're not good at. The stuff you're working on. Yeah, it's okay. Action. We all want action. That's fine. Don't blow your bankroll on it. So tracking stuff separately, so key, and especially with the futures, it's something that you really have to make the effort to do. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in a position where here it is, it's October. I got to get all my NBA wagers. Oh crap! I got 16 bucks. That's not the goal, obviously. So certainly, you need to be able to have the capital to tie up. And of course, you don't want to kill your ROI and have money locked up when there could be insanely good wagers out there. So you need to be liquid enough to be able to make your future wagers and be in a position to make your daily or weekly or monthly wagers, whatever wagers that you make, which isn't always easy for someone who's starting. That being said, it's doable, and if you take the time and effort to do it, it will help you. I genuinely believe that. And of course, gamblers are so greedy. We are. Everyone wants to win a little to get a lot. If you talk to someone on investing, say, I'm going to give you 20% ROI on your money this year. Where do I sign up? Should you give me 12%? Where do I sign up? And yet bettors, oh, well, yeah, I won a half unit last week. Oh, nothing. I didn't, It's like we don't take small ROIs. That's fine to take a small ROI. It's what we do. Little edges over time. Little edges over time. That's how you make money betting on sports. And that means but look for positive ROI situations. But you can't obsess over the fact that you're not getting these ridiculous returns that you're not going to get in any type of investment that you make. Sports bettors are greedy and they're impatient. As a general rule of thumb, it's okay to be greedy. I'm not up here to go, greed is good. I'm not going to do a Wall Street speech. But, it's okay to be hungry and to want to, but the realistic way of being greedy is make good wagers and then your bankroll will increase. That's the way to do it as opposed to trying to bet a little to win a lot, which is, still standard. So, and of course, the gambler's fallacy. This is something that I have to bring up when it comes to the future book and why it's so important to keep your bankrolls separate. What do bettors do when they lose? They chase. And it's the dumbest thing out there. And I was lucky. A lot of the mistakes that bettors made, I made them all, But I was able to make them early and learn from them. I had this bowl season where I had a good regular season, a bunch of money, started bowl season and lost and doubled up and lost the national championship. And there I was working literally like my 2 month salary went to my bookie and I was eating frickin' ramen noodles, and I learned from that lesson. When you're losing, you bet less, not more. You cannot chase. When you're winning, all right, you have a good season, you have a good week, you're seeing things clearly. People want to lock in profits when they're like, you have a good read on 15 different teams right now. You're like, oh, but I've already won a couple times. I'm going to lower. I want to make sure. When you're seeing things clearly, you bet more. When you're struggling and not seeing things clearly, you bet less. Period. When you have a separate bankroll for your future wagers, you don't get into the trap of, well, I'm running bad, I better double up. Or I'm running good, I better lock something in. No, you're keeping them separate. So that level of mentality doesn't come into your mind as you're making the future book wagers. All right, I'm struggling with the sides this week. Okay, but look, my half times are good, and oh, I got all these good future book wagers. You're like, it keeps you much more even-keeled when you're looking at your entire portfolio. Say, all right, this is going up a little bit. Oh, this has been bad. The side, oh man, I can't frickin' pick a total winner at all right now. Let's lay off the totals. Let's look at some sides. Let's look at some half times. Look at some other opportunities that you have rather than just blindly betting ahead. Important record keeping. Accurate record keeping is crucial for your success. But when it comes to future wagers, again, you're going to have them. You're going to be able to keep accurate records with them. It's just a matter of making sure that you got that percentage of your bankroll put into play. And of course, when you are making your bets, you're only getting cashed out 4 times a year essentially. It kind of forces you. It enforces some level of discipline with those because this is the money that's in this bankroll. I'm getting 4 bumps over the course of the year with whatever wagers that I had from last time. I need to be disciplined with this part of my bankroll, and that's maybe the most important thing that you can do. We're going to get to Drew in 1 minute. I don't know how am I on time? Matt was supposed to make me signals. I'm golden. Keep yapping. No? What? Speak. Oh, okay. That's it. Yeah. And then, okay. So we'll do questions in just a moment. I'm going to talk about the Patriots, and I use the Patriots as an example of a team that I bet under the win total this year. We'll save that for Q&A. For now, let's get Drew and talk a little money management.
Thanks, Dave. Good to see you, Feng.
Thanks, Dave. Cheers.
You got me? You got me? All right, good. Teddy's a little bit more seasoned in this industry than me. I think he's around 20 years in the business. I'm about to start my 4th football season without a straight job, so a little bit different perspective, but hopefully some good insights here. Guys, I've lived in Costa Rica for about 4 months now. I love it. As you can see, great scenery. The people are great. It's a great time. The beach is close. But just for a couple hours today and a couple hours tomorrow, we can really focus in and maybe win some money this football season from some good speakers, or at least not lose as much money as we have been in the past. And so you're probably asking, why should you listen to me? I'd be asking that same question. And in order to tell you, I got to give you a little bit of background on myself. I grew up in South Florida, played high school football in Broward County, which in '03 was the most recruited county in the nation. We had over 50 Division I signees, and I ended up being the first team all-county quarterback. How does that happen for an average white athletic dude with an average arm? We were really well coached, and I learned to break down game film at a young age, what the defense is doing, what the offense is doing, and how to beat it. After that, went on to Auburn, got a finance degree, then moved on to JP Morgan, parlayed that to a job in investment banking. Learned a bunch of stuff at JP Morgan, but was in the office one day and just realized I didn't love what I did. And I wanted to find something that I loved. And so I guess we can put up the first slide here. Things I learned from JP Morgan. Credit card debt. I know this is a football betting conference, but most of you are Americans, and it's a big problem there. I've heard that it's a big problem in Costa Rica as well, so get that out of your finances. Also, bankroll. Don't bet too much on any one game. If you got 100 grand in the bank, don't be betting 10 grand on a game. If you got 10 grand in the bank, don't be betting $1,000 a game. Maybe try betting 500 or 250. It's more, the variance won't kill you in the end. Also, how I've used that business model of investment banking in sports betting, I found that they had really smart people at JP Morgan, but they didn't concentrate on the whole economy. They put people to concentrate on certain sectors, like finance, or technology, or consumer discretionary. And then they would give their recommendations on companies and stocks to invest in to the clients. And I thought, that's a great way to do it. And so I use that in handicapping, mostly in college football. We can go to the next slide now. And as you can see here, this is SBR odds, tough to see, but there's 32 NFL games, right? 32 NFL teams. So in any one season, or in any one weekend, there's only 16 games to choose from. Not a lot of opportunity for the odds makers to make a mistake. Not to mention it's a huge market with a lot of money, a lot of eyeballs on this market. Now we can go to the next slide. Sorry, Sophie. You got me.
Oh, it continues. This is awesome.
Por favor. Thank you. See, you can barely see this. See, this is college football, 130 teams. So any given weekend, there's 50 or 60 games. A lot of opportunity for the odds makers to make a mistake. Not to mention, to take it to the next level, you know, when the New England Patriots are playing the New York Giants on Sunday night, there's a lot of eyeballs, a lot of fan bases, a lot of money changing hands. To take it to the next level, when Oregon's playing USC, or when Michigan's playing Ohio State, Utah's playing Arizona State, a lot of fan bases, a lot of eyeballs to a little bit lesser extent. However, when you take it to small conferences, and ULM, the Warhawks, travel to San Marcos, Texas to take on the Texas State Bobcats with 2,000 people in the stadium, not on national TV, not a lot of eyeballs there, there's not a lot known about that, including the odds makers. They don't spend a lot of time on it. So I think that it's a more beatable market. There's more variance in it. And we got a money slide here. This is, a lot of what I've said is kind of opinion. We can go to the next slide, por favor. A lot of what I said is opinion, but here's where I think I can prove it. We're using BetOnline's odds right now. Average NFL line move from when BetOnline opened it till just yesterday when I did this exercise is under 1 point on a spread move. Average college football line move from when BetOnline opened to just yesterday is over 2 points per spread move. As you can see here, it's over a point difference. That might not sound like a lot, but when you talk about 2.5 points to 3.5, 3.5 to 4.5, 6.5 to 7.5, those are key numbers, the difference between wins and losses at the end of the year. So I think you can prove the variance here in making it a more inefficient market, betting betting college football than the NFL, and even more so to small conference college football like the Sun Belt, Conference USA, the MAC. Those type of conferences is where I've really focused in on and had some success. I know some of you guys are interested in getting in the industry, and I wanted to share some downsides of it because there's things I miss in life that I wanted to show you. If you're going to take what I'm doing seriously and do this, we can go to the next slide, please. If you like going to college football games at night and you're going to concentrate on beating a certain market, you can't really do that. That is a life I miss, but I just love what I do. So I wanted to share these things with you. We can go to the next slide as well. If you like tailgating, that's my wife right there, 23, in the Ronnie Brown jersey. I know I outkicked my coverage, but just wanted to show her. And you can run through the rest of them as well. So if you like grilling out, drinking with buddies, whatnot, it's kind of a life you're going to have to leave behind. But ultimately, in conclusion, whether you choose CFL, Arena Football League, WNBA, really know it better than anybody. Find a market that the odds makers aren't really seeing and really hammer it. And that's how you can kind of win in this business. One last thing. If you take one sentence from what I'm saying and remember it, this is an industry, it's vastly better to know a little bit. I take that back. It's vastly better in this industry, in sports betting, if you're trying to win, to know a lot about a little bit than to know a little bit about a lot. And I'll leave you with that.
Well done. Right. Fist bump, yeah. Questions? Questions? Are we doing questions? Sure.
Could you elaborate a little bit on why you're saying that particular aspect of the life you enjoyed you had to?
Because if you're going to watch, ULM play Idaho on Saturday, you got to break that game down. You got to know the offensive and defensive line matchups. If you're out tailgating for the Auburn LSU game, how are you going to do that? How are you going to beat the next day's openers to get an advantage on the market? You got to leave that life behind.
What was that question again? I couldn't hear it. I don't know if we got, yeah. Thanks. What was the question?
The question after the answer.
Exactly how we work in here.
I just asked Drew if he would elaborate on why he had to give up, or why one would have to give up that aspect of their life in order to pursue this.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not like a situation where you can never, ever go to a live game, but I could tell you, I could probably count on, two hands, how many games I've been to in the last 10 years.
Yeah, and one thing I've done
you
is
go
try
to
to find like the late bowl games where they're like singled out, where you're not missing something else.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
good.
that's what I've tried to do.
It's not like you can never do anything, but you're going out to tailgating with your buddies every weekend before the game. If you're serious about betting on sports, it's not going to happen. Now, Saturdays and Sundays are a whole different ball game than it was when you were, a college student or even an alumni that, would go to the games on the weekend. Questions? Come on, guys, let's go. Give us some good questions. Somebody. Oh, beauty.
How you doing, guys?
Cheers.
So my question is, when you're talking about beating smaller markets and smaller conferences in college football, like North Dakota State or what have you, where would you suggest looking for information on some of those games? What are some reliable resources? A lot of those games aren't televised, maybe like websites or blogs or something like that.
No, that's a great question. One thing, North Dakota State's actually an FCS, so they're going to charge you a little more. As far as most books will charge you like -115 or even -120, so it's a tougher market to beat. But not that it's not beatable, I just haven't dived into it. As far as following like Sunbelt, Conference USA, those type of things, Twitter is a great resource to follow their team beat writer. Nobody's going to know these teams and give out information better than the team's beat writer. So I try to research that and follow those guys. Also, the local newspapers usually put out like website style and really try to find articles like that on injuries, how a quarterback's playing, things like that.
I will say this, Google News is a powerful tool. If you use it correctly, you can find updated information that most other handicappers aren't going to find.
Thanks, guys.
Powerful tool.
And also in the totals market, I brought up the point move. In the totals market, it will even be more.
Sure.
And in the totals market, it's good things to find. The offensive coordinator is looking to go more up tempo. Obviously look to bet the over, things like that.
I have a question. All right, so in the college markets, when you're on a Saturday and you see that slate and it's like amazingly long, I mean, how do you manage your time? How are you efficient? How do you know what to look at? How do you qualify? Where are you going to go? I mean, I know we talk about small market teams, but there's a crap load.
The first thing I do is I throw out as many games as I can.
Okay.
And that literally is the first thing I'm going to do when I go to a college football, when I look at a college football board. And, the lines, BOL will post, BOL, you guys, I know for a long time you posted first. I know that.
I did last year in the college market.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to have my numbers ready by the time the BOL numbers come out, because BOL numbers are oftentimes off-market number. So you can really find some really good value with those wagers right at the open. But I'm going to have my numbers ready for the market. And the first thing I'm going to do is take a look at the games where my number's right by where the market number is. All right, I got nothing there, I got nothing there. The second thing I'm going to do is take a look at the games that I just don't have a good feel on this team. Oh boy, this is a weird spot. I don't know how they, boom, throw it away. And before I even get down to the nuts and bolts of handicapping for that week, you take a 60-game college football card, I probably eliminated half the games a priori. I'm not trying to bust through and find every tidbit of information about every single team every week. You can't do it. It's not doable. So that's my, the first thing I want to do is throw games out that I'm not going to, I'm going to spend 5 minutes with, but I'm not going to spend any more than that. And boom, they're off the equation. Same thing for NFL. I'll probably eliminate at least a third and sometimes half the games before I really get into digging. What's your strategy with that, Drew?
Actually, I go into it and make my own number. So before BetOnline even comes out, I'll have ULM's favored by 3 over Texas State. And if they have a different number, I just use numbers. How far is it off? And that's how much I bet against into their number. So I try to keep as much opinion, other people's opinion, and just look at facts and look at the numbers, my number versus their number, and go head to head.
Okay. And you do that for every game? I mean, or are they certain KPIs that you qualify?
If I'm unsure, I'm concentrating in the Sun Belt, Conference USA, and the MAC.
Okay.
So in those conferences, yes, I go right at them. In the other conferences, I have a little bit less confidence. So I might not have a number, and I'm not involved in that game.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
My question's on banking, and I thought it was brilliant, like your idea of having multiple bankrolls for multiple books, correct, in a sense. So how the difficult challenges that especially new bettors that they'll go through of setting up offshore accounts that they can actually set up these separate accounts and between the books and moving the money. Is that a difficult thing to do?
That's one of the advantages of living in Las Vegas, to be perfectly honest, is that that you don't have that issue. Although in Las Vegas now, it's in terms of an app betting, I do most of my betting on my phone, and oh shit, I ran through my Canner account again. I got to freaking go reload there. I got to take money out of William Hill and put it in a Canner. I mean, that'll happen in Vegas or offshore, but I'm like specific.
Specifically, you were telling people to set up different bankrolls.
Right.
I'm looking at that as different accounts completely, so we don't get the money mixed up, not necessarily in the spreadsheets.
Not at all. I'm not only betting my future wagers here, and then only betting my in-game wagers here, and only betting my my sides and totals over here. I want to be able to take advantage of the best line available from any given sports book for the particular wager I want to make. So when I'm putting my spreadsheets together, all right, I made this bet at Intertops and this bet at UWager. I'm not just, here's my Intertops spreadsheet.
So but basically, you keep it all in one bank account, and you just have it more in a spreadsheet, not necessarily.
Exactly.
But what about the human behavior of seeing money in that account and trying to stop their impulses? Because the money's there, it's easy to move. I thought you were talking about maybe setting up different bank accounts, so you couldn't make that mistake.
I mean, to be realistic, I don't think it's a realistic goal to look out at an audience of guys and say, all right, of guys who are doing. I mean, the majority of people are doing this part time. The advantage that Drew and I both have is that we're doing it full time. And when you're doing it full time, it's not a hobby; it's a job, and you can spend more time. But for your average punter, your average bettor, it's not a matter of you don't need 50 spreadsheets. Just this is how I'm doing with my half times. These are the halftime way. These are what I'm doing in running. These are my sides. These are my totals. These are my future. It allows you to track it effectively, even if you're going at different books with the wagers that you're making, if that makes sense.
I think we had a question back here before.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a question for Drew, really. When you look at a game and you think it's like +3 on one side, if the result is different from what you expect, how do you adjust the next week? Do you say, oh, it wasn't, I wasn't wrong, it was a different factor, or how do you adjust as you go forward?
That's a great question. It's an evolving process. I've made some, so you're saying like if I have it +3 and then they just get blown out, but I bet them +3?
Yeah, do you still have faith in your number, or do you, when do you start to adjust?
Yeah, I reevaluate the next week, but I'll tell you, I mean, that's part of the problems I've had in the past, and I'm still learning myself. For instance, when Georgia Southern, the couple years they were just steamrolling the Sun Belt, I couldn't adjust fast enough, and I lost money on them. So I've learned from that, and try to make a strong move as far as what number I'm going to move if the team is really killing the team. And actually, I have a show called Marketology on SBR. I interviewed Chris Andrews, who's kind of a trailblazer in college football, the sports director at South Point in Vegas, and that's the same mistake he made. He said in the small conferences, he wasn't making strong enough moves, and he was getting beat by it. So you get kind of, I guess, an opinion from the sports bettor and the sportsbook director on the other side of the counter. As far as small markets, you got to make bigger moves because the variance in the talent level can be more than, let's just say, an SEC West team.
Let me jump in just a quick addendum to that. It's a big difference if, like week 1, a team comes out and just steamrolls someone. You're going to make a much bigger adjustment to your number and have less faith in your original number than if that same steamrolling happened in week 6 and you already had 5 weeks worth of data. So you make your big adjustments early. Mid-season, and again, I do a post-mortem on every bet that I make. You know, was it a wrong side? If it was wrong, why? You know, was it bad? You know, did I turn the ball over 6 times? Did I miss the spot? Did I miss the matchups? You know, what in my handicap was wrong, so that you can learn from it before you make more wagers on those same teams or other teams. Conceptually, you want to make sure that you have, you're not just pissing money away. But when it comes to a single week of outlier performance, a performance with enormous variance compared to where you thought it was going to be, mid-season, I'm not going to make huge adjustments, and I'm still going to trust my numbers moving forward. I might make a small adjustment. Now, you have to make some adjustment to it, but you're not going to make a massive adjustment like you might in week 1, week 2, week 3, when some of these teams may well be mispriced by a relatively significant amount. Does that make sense?
Guys, I got a question for you, if I may. We know it's all about value in everything that we do. And as we're getting ready for this 2017 season, what value plays do you guys see as being the best value in season win totals for both college and NFL teams?
You want to do college? I got an NFL that I was going to talk at the end, but then I guess I
You
don't
ran
know.
it. I like the ULM Warhawks. Matt Viator in his 3rd year, what he did at McNeese State. He's been recruiting at a pretty good level. I know it's tough to get kids into Monroe, Louisiana, but I think that their quarterback position as well, they've had some injuries at the quarterback position. The backup's also pretty good, and an athletic dude. So that's something going into season win totals. If one quarterback goes down and you're betting an over, it can really kill you. So to have 2 good quarterbacks, I think that they have that. They're really well coached, and their season win total at the South Point's only 3.5. And you got to remember, in the small markets, there's a lot more variance as far as from one year to the next. You can really improve to even get to a bowl. So I think the 3.5 is a little bit short on ULM.
And I'll give you one from the NFL. I mean, I got New England Patriots under 13 wins in my pocket. I advise my clients to bet it at 12.5. I think that's a ridiculous number. In the modern era, you can't ask a team to win more than 12 games. I don't care how good they are. And everyone's looking at the Patriots' schedule saying, oh, the Patriots' schedule is so weak. It isn't. It's much tougher than last year. Their division is weak. You know, the Jets stink, the Dolphins have issues, the Bills have issues. And yet you look year in, year out, the Patriots tend to go 5-1, 4-2 in division. There's always they always get upset, an average of 1.5 times a year over the last 5 years, even with much better teams than everyone else in division. So I gave them a 1.5 in division. And even if they only have one, at 5-1 in division, New England's still going to go under 12.5 wins this year. That number is an outlier when it comes to the modern markets, and there's no handicapping involved. This number can't be there in NFL 2017. No team can be lined at 12.5, or especially 13. Especially 13 is just, they have to go 14-2 to beat you. Teams don't go 14-2 every year, Mark. You know that as well as anybody. Even when they were great last year, and oh my God, they came back from 28-3 in the Super Bowl. What do they have? Like a stretch of 5 out of 6 on the road. They have, it's not an easy slate for New England. Their strength of schedule looks weak just because they have nobody good in their division. But when you look at the aggregate schedule, they have at least half a dozen losable games, and that's if they don't have a nasty upset.
They've also got that bullseye in their back, too.
You think?
We got to move on. Do it real quick. You okay? Okay. Sweet.
Thank you so much, guys.
Hey, can we get a big round of applause right here? Mr. Teddy Covers, Mr. Drew Martin. Thank you, guys. That was great. So when we do the question and answer, we have the live audience watching. So when you have a question, put your hand up, and our beautiful model, Allison, will come over so that everybody can hear you. And can we give her a round of applause helping us out? Thank you, Allison. Sweet. And also, Teddy Covers bets parlays. Eat that, everybody at home as well. I love it. Love it. So it's very exciting, man. I'm so excited about our next guest. There's a lot about him. He works with analytics with CG Gaming, and he does a lot of work for the bookmakers. And I know we have a lot of bookmakers in the room, too. So I just want you guys to know, I want to apologize on our behalf when we talk about you and say we're going to force it down your drink hole and make you eat it and all that stuff. What we really mean is thank you so much for the opportunity to make these bets. I want you guys to know that from the bottom of our hearts. I want you guys to know that. It is an absolute treat to be a part of all this with these incredible guests. And your next guest, man, I can't wait to hear what he has to say. Technology and the future of sports betting, the view from behind the counter. Please give a big SBR welcome for Mr. Matt Holt.
Get it, partner.
Thanks, pal.
Thanks,
Do you need
bro.
the mic? You all good?
No, I'm good.
Sweet.
So, I mean, I know a lot of people come to these things and they want to hear Teddy and everybody talk about, you know, burying your man and beating the man. And, well, I'm the man, so I'm not going to be talking about that. But the day I graduated from college, I basically moved to Las Vegas, and I have spent every single day of my professional career in sports betting, and I love it. I love the industry. I do a lot of the same processes that handicappers do in order to do a lot of my job functions. You know, we do odds creation, market creation, game integrity, fraud prevention. We have to not only take on the guys like Teddy covers, but I could tell you last November, it wasn't Teddy or Drew that were beating the crap out of us in the NFL. It was the general public betting the Dallas Cowboys, New England Patriots against the Cleveland Browns, against the San Francisco 49ers every single week, and just beating the crap out of us. So we have to take on those people as well, and it's interesting, and I never plan on spending a day outside the industry. So today we're going to talk a little bit about technology, where it was, where it is, how it affects sports betting, and how it can actually help you both as sports bettors or on the operator side. So when I started at what was Cantor Gaming, which is now CG Technology, the largest licensed sportsbook operation in the United States in 2011, the state of Nevada was doing about $2 billion a year in handle. 2017, we're going to do about $5.5 billion, maybe $6 billion. We've got a little extra boost with the Mayweather-McGregor fight and an exciting football year. We got the NBA Finals we wanted, so maybe we do $6 billion this year. So how does that industry triple in growth in a 5-6 year period? That's a huge growth spurt for an industry like that. And a lot of it has to do with technology. Cantor Gaming was the first company to ever launch mobile phone wagering inside the state of Nevada, and that is one of the bigger reasons for growth, not only amongst, on my side, the casinos, but as well as bettors. So, you know, prior to that, you know, it's not 20 or 30 years ago, let's go back 7 or 8 years, 90% of the bets made across the world were either over the counter at a casino somewhere or on someone's desktop at home. No one has desktops anymore, but that's how bets were made. And I could tell you that in 2016, almost 70% of the wagers we took were made on mobile telephones inside the state of Nevada, despite the fact that even, you know, and that's a smaller market because you're dealing with tourists and people that are only coming in for a weekend. Regular bettors are making more than 75% of their bets now on mobile devices. And to the point of shopping around that Teddy said and having multiple bankrolls, it's completely changed the way that people bet, and it's changed the way that we have to handle things such as risk management and all of those things. I mean, consider the fact that you used to have to look at your screen, look at all the numbers, go log into your computer, log on, find an account, and then hopefully by the time you do all that, still get that number. Now at the palm of your hand, you can shop at numbers in-game, pre-game, props, everything on your mobile phone, and it's much more advantageous for you, the bettor. It's much more advantageous for us, the operator, because you, the bettor, can make more bets. But as the bettor, you can also shop quicker, find better lines quicker, and get down at the numbers you're actually seeing on the screen that you want to bet, rather than by the time you get there, them not being there anymore. So it's completely kind of revolutionized the way that we bet. And it's a big advantageous thing for you. So I would say, no matter whether you're betting with us in Nevada or whether you're betting somewhere else down here in Costa Rica or Europe, wherever it is, I would consider absolutely, you know, getting multiple accounts and using your mobile phone. I mean, people pay their bills on their mobile phone now. You basically do everything on your mobile phone, and sports wagering on your mobile phone is probably the most advantageous way that a new sports bettor can get into it and shop around, find the best number, find the price you want on the games you want the fastest. I mean, another great example of it is injuries and information. When I first graduated in college and moved to Las Vegas, the first job I ever get, Mark will know, is at Don Best, which at the time was kind of the big odds disseminator, information and service provider back then. And you know, considering where it is now, back then you would send people information out on the screen and the screen would light up and it would just go crazy. But with Twitter and stuff, information happens so fast now. LeBron James isn't going to play tonight because he has the flu. Somebody in the locker room tweets it, and sportsbook operators and bettors alike all get that information at the same time. How do you get the best number as a bettor? How do I make sure you don't get the best number as an operator? And that's where mobile phones come into effect, right? Being able to shop quickly, go to the book you want, find that price that's still available on an otherwise unavailable line is so advantageous in the long run. People say that the information age is dead because Twitter killed that information age because everybody gets information at the same time now. The speed of information is so fast. The general public is more informed than they've ever been before because they have so much information flow coming into them. You need to have multiple accounts, and you need to be able to use your mobile phone as your tool to be able to utilize them, as we do on our side as well. So I think, you know, looking at some of the technology, those things are really important. And then we can look at some of the ways that we've advanced the sports betting products too. It used to be a sports betting operator, no matter how many products you offered, you basically offered them all in-house. And now it's no longer like that. You know, when I started in 2011 with then Cantor Gaming, now CG Technology, this firm in the state of Nevada, if you wanted to do in-play wagering, they made you HD video record every single game, save those games for 7 years for auditing purposes. There's this huge storage fees involved. You had to have individuals doing games. Now we simply outsource companies' data in, you know, and to do live play, plug it in, so we can, you know, have several outside third-party providers for a lot of different products, integrate it with our system, and then you, the consumer, ends up having this massive wagering menu that you may not have had access to before. I mean, no matter whether it's in Las Vegas or outside Las Vegas, the amount of things you can wager on has done nothing but grow. You know, it used to be in Nevada, you couldn't wager on the Olympics or MVP or Cy Young or any of those. All those things are now approved, and that's a lot of wagering options to sift through for you, the bettor. And being able to do it at the palm of your hand is really convenient. And being able to find information as it comes in and comes across to you and bet it at the palm of your hand is really convenient too. I mean, just the speed in which everything happened has gotten a lot faster. So, you know, I think that's the biggest thing we have to look at in technology is everyone thinks about technology from our end and what we do, and they don't necessarily realize how important it is a tool to the bettor. Everyone talks about handicapping games, breaking down conferences and all this. At the end of the day, if you're betting bad numbers because you can't get a good number, it's going to be a difficult challenge. I can tell you on my side of the table, we've taken on some of the best bettors in the world, and line value over the course of time is very important, and your mobile phone as a tool can be one of your greatest allies in being able to get great numbers. Because it's just so hard otherwise, right? I mean, everyone gets information at the same time. You need to be able to get there early and get those numbers. So those things are important. And look, there's a lot of people trying to take on that side. So anyway, that's one of the things I wanted to talk about. I'm going to try to keep it a little shorter than my friend Teddy did, so that there can be a little more interaction, because I'm sure some of you just want to say, hey, bleep you, we're going to beat you and all that stuff, because I'm not the guy that's here telling you how to win necessarily. I'm just here trying to talk about you know, how the industry is and where it is and what the future of it is. And where it's kind of moving to. And then also talk about entry into the industry, because I go to a lot of conferences and I hear people talk about entry into the industry, and people always talk about, how do I start betting? I do a lot of betting personally, even though I work on the other side of the counter, and I think both of them go hand in hand. Well, I'm a better bettor because of all the odds I have to make and the game integrity issues that I watch and fraud prevention and watching what some of the sharpest bettors in the world bet every day and why. And I'm probably better at my job because I bet. We encourage our employees to bet, because the more they bet, the more likely they are to recognize a bad number, an abnormality, because they're betting. If they have a little incentive to bet and look at numbers all the time on their spare time, then they also have the incentive to recognize when there's abnormalities and stuff. So the two kind of go hand in hand. And I always try to tell because we want young, smart people in this industry. The more young, bright, enthusiastic people we have in the industry, the better the industry's future is going to be. I love this industry. I've never worked a day in my professional life outside this industry. I have no intention to ever work a day in my life outside this industry. And it's a very lucrative industry on my side of the counter as well. I mean, I love Teddy. I love some of these smart guys in the counter. The sports books win at the end of the year. And we win for a reason. And obviously, there's a lot of opportunities on that side. So look, at the end of this too, I'm happy to talk to people about different entrance ways, whether it be marketing, whether it be odds making, whether it be front end management. There's a lot of different ways into the industry, and being on that side of the counter will also help your betting as well. I mean, seeing what people bet, this guy seems so good, but he's losing. Why? What's happening? What's really happening in the marketplace? And speaking of the evolution of the marketplace, we're kind of talking about the future of sports betting and where it was. When I started in sports betting, there was simply this term known as contrarian, right? If you bet the under and the underdog in every game, you could almost break even or win because the public was so heavily on the favorite, they were so heavily on the over, especially in football, both college and pro, that you simply needed to be contrarian and you would probably do better than most, right? But those days are gone. The general public is now much more informed than they've ever been. They have Twitter on their phone, and they have all these things, and they know LeBron's out just as quick as you or just as quick as me, the sportsbook operator, because there's people in the locker room tweeting it out. So everybody knows this information. The speed of information's faster. The amount of people in it is much greater than it's ever been. I always compare sports betting when I first started it to things like drinking, or look, marijuana's legal in Nevada now, but would you walk into a boardroom on a Monday morning, what would you rather have in your hand, a joint, a drink, or a sports betting futures ticket? And 99% of the people are going to say a sports betting ticket, regardless of the fact that they're all legal, right? So sports betting has become more and more generally accepted as no longer in the dark or have this bad stigma around it. And because of that, you have more and more really smart people entering the sports betting marketplace, both on my side of the table and on the other side of the table as well. So it's important that you have as many options as possible, that you're using as many tools as possible. And that's changed the whole entire evolution of sports and what we've seen, from what it used to be. So, I think it's an interesting market moving forward. A lot of the things we do now, too, are much different. It used to be we just put up the games. Now we put up Super Bowl-style prop sheets for every single isolated football game. Thursday night, Sunday night, Monday night, 50 to 100 props on those games. There's so much work that goes into it on my end because that's what the consumer demands at this point. It used to just be, look, basically everybody just bet point spreads and totals. And people walk in now and we have a big group of really sharp bettors who don't bet point spreads or totals on games. They bet props on games because when I have to make 100 props on games, chances are I can't be perfect on all of them. And as a bettor, you don't have to bet all 100 props. You just have to bet the 2 maybe that I'm wrong on, right? So, to Drew's point, talking about how people specialize now, on my side of the counter, we don't have that opportunity, right? We have to take bets on every single game and every single prop, but you as bettors do. So I would say, look, it's not even just a matter of people isolating themselves down to, hey, I'm only going to bet this conference, or I'm going to focus on small or WNBA or Arena League football. You can isolate down to particular markets. There's a lot of people who just simply run analytics and algos against certain futures markets or prop markets and are very successful at it. One of the new advances that we've seen in sports betting recently is the popularity of player props in our marketplace. 5 years ago, player props didn't exist. Outside the Super Bowl, the playoffs, it was this tiny little marketplace. Now we offer player props on almost every single big NFL game during the year. All the big-time college football games have player props on them. We have season-long college football playoff props for quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, who's going to have the most yards. And that marketplace has really become enthusiastic due to the amount of money that people put into the fantasy sports market. And the two, while on a collision course, are still separate things, right? Fantasy sports and sports betting are still kind of on a separate path, although it's obviously converging. And a lot of those people cross over and do both. They use their fantasy sports abilities to beat player prop markets in sports betting, and they use their sports betting abilities to bet beat fantasy sports markets on that side. So, we're kind of seeing that evolution of sports betting where people just don't bet games anymore. They expect a much wider menu. They do it on their mobile telephone, which also leads to more bets as well, right? And it's led to the advancement of in-game wagering in the United States. Everybody talks about the in-game wagering marketplace in Europe and in Asia and some of these other markets. In Europe, it could be as high as 70% of the wagers are made in play compared to only 30% made pregame. I could tell you in the United States, especially in the state of Nevada, where we do a lot of handle, $5 billion is a lot of money, it's less than 5%. And that number 5 years ago was less than 2% of the in-play market. It just wasn't there, right? The sophistication wasn't there in the marketplace. The amount of available markets to bet wasn't there for American sports. The sports weren't as conducive to in-play wagering. Think of a basketball game and how many runs there are in play. It's so fast. The tempo of the games is a little faster than soccer or tennis, the more popular European in-play sports. We're seeing that number go up every single year because we offer more options to the players. We offer more games. We basically do every game. We did the game last night. We will do every single NFL preseason game, full in play, full props in play to go with it. And that marketplace is starting to grow. And that's a marketplace 5 years ago in the US. Everyone talked about how the sky's the limit with it, but it didn't really exist in reality. Now this year it could be like 5 to 8% of our marketplace. We think in 2 years it'll be 20%. Because it's the fastest growing marketplace we have. So it's a fast moving market right now, right? We're looking at the expansion of sports betting potentially in the United States, and people estimate that market now at around anywhere between $300 and $500 billion. And think of it, we have a monopoly in Las Vegas in the United States, and we do $5 billion. Less than, around 1% of the marketplace in the United States is done in the state of Nevada. So there's a lot of money wagered in the United States, and there's a lot of expanding marketplaces, and it's an exciting time. I don't want to go on forever, so I'll open it up for Q&A and answer any questions for you guys. Gotcha, a good one.
Use machine learning to set the lines for both live as well as game lines, and to follow that up, how quickly does that factor into the line?
So odds making is an interesting thing, right? We have an odds making team here. Every single book doesn't have an odds making team. That's sort of a myth, right? Only so many people can set the market. Here's a good example. So in football, we're normally up first or very close to it, right? For college football and NFL. Our NFL lines go up Sunday while the games are being played for next week, which is a real risk for us because people could get hurt during this week's games, never mind next week. But we don't use machines for all. Let me answer your question specifically. So for pre-game lines, we don't. So part of being risk management and dealing with risk management, whether you're in Nevada or Costa Rica or anywhere, is understanding your audience and what they bet. So obviously we have algorithms like everybody else, and the algorithm spits out a number. And then what we try to do is what we call anticipatory action, which is simply where do our customers normally bet? So okay, we have a really huge Lakers fan base. We're in Las Vegas, so we know if the number it's Lakers versus Clippers, and the algo spits out it should be Clippers 7, but we know we're going to take nothing but Lakers action. We're dealing 5 or 5.5, right? So there has to be a human element into every single number that we open, whether it's props, whether it's pregame lines, whether it's sides, totals, everything. There's always a human element in it. Look, the algo spits out football, New England Miami at New England should be 51.5, but we know it's going to be a blizzard, and we're going to take nothing but under action, so we're going to open at 46.5. There always has to be a human element into odds making. But some of odds making here's another example, some of it we don't use, right? So baseball overnights is a really good example because we have so many public bettors in Las Vegas, and when they come to the window, we don't offer overnights for baseball, only baseball. It's really only the sport it tends to be an issue with. We have a lot of times customers, whether it's on the app or whether it's over the counter, they want to bet the A's today. They go bet the A's, then they realize they bet them for tomorrow, not today. It ends up being a bad customer experience. So what we decided to do as a business decision is we don't open tomorrow's baseball until today's baseball games start. So if the A's play today and they play tomorrow, we're not opening tomorrow's A's game until today's A's game start to make sure it's a good experience for the customers. But because we're doing that in baseball, there's no sense in us overemphasizing our algos in baseball, because at that point there's a marketplace that's already established. So we could say, okay, our algo says the A's should be minus 140 today. Marketplace says the A's should be minus 155 today. We're probably going to open at 150, shade it toward our number, but we can't use our number because the marketplace is already established. And if we open 140, we're going to be a scalp number, and we're just going to take that side anyway. Go ahead, sir.
I think I've got the mic. It's working a little bit. I'm curious, how much time do you guys spend prepping right now for the potential that Supreme Court's going to legalize sports gambling on individual state levels? You said the handle in Nevada is a tiny percentage of what the overall market is. Is that something you're actively preparing for, considering the case is going to be heard in October and could be something that's decided as soon as by next football season?
It's something that we're not only preparing for, but have been for quite some time. For example, the two biggest racetracks in the state of New Jersey, we own the rights to operate at one. If sports betting in New Jersey was to turn on today, we own the rights to operate at the Meadowlands. We run a contest there now. We basically purchase the rights to operate should it be legal within a certain time frame, and then one of our competitors owns the rights to operate at Monmouth. So it's not only, hey, getting ready for what this entire marketplace means from a odds and bet bookmaking and risk management standpoint, but it's getting ready from an operational standpoint of how it's going to be too, right? There's a lot of speculation about a lot of these places could be racetracks, casinos, lotteries, brick and mortar only to start, and that's a completely different operation than a mostly mobile or kiosk-based operation. So we're doing a lot of preparation for it, actually. And what people don't realize is in the United States, unlike a lot of these other markets, the one big thing that we talk about all the time from an odds-making perspective that you don't really see in the marketplace now is that when New Jersey, let's use New York for an example, let's just pick two states. So New York goes legal and California goes legal. Right now, because of Nevada and the offshore market, what you see is a pretty much consistent marketplace. So if the Jets are playing the 49ers, you won't see anybody in the marketplace more than a half point off of each other, whether it's Costa Rica, whether it's Las Vegas, because you end up just getting scalped, right? But on the other side of this, what happens when New York is legal and California is legal? Can you still deal the same number in New York on the Jets as you do in California, and in California on the 49ers as you do in New York? So I think there's some regional biases that we don't deal with now in U.S. sports betting that'll be interesting to see if we do deal with once it goes legal nationally.
Hello? Well, I'm from New Jersey, and it's going to be there first, so I don't really like New York. What do you think the probability of it being in New Jersey?
I try not to get into these type of political questions too much, but I'll say this about the sports betting landscape in the United States as a whole, and I'll compare it to prohibition. Prohibition in the United States was probably a dumb law, but it was a law, and when prohibition existed, you couldn't drink, and if you did, you were breaking the law and you couldn't do it. Couldn't buy alcohol because there wasn't any alcohol to buy. Whether the law was dumb or not, it was a law. Sports betting faces the same challenge right now. They have a law in PASPA that's it's difficult to overcome. It's pretty much as clear and straightforward as prohibition was to alcohol, PASPA is to sports betting. And I think, I hope New Jersey's first for you. I think the repeal of PASPA happens before the legalization of sports betting.
Can you discuss a little bit about how books set second half lines versus full game lines, adjusting the second half line by what's happening in the game or by the book's individual, full game handle?
So second half lines, and I'll go ahead and throw this out, and is one of our biggest vulnerabilities as a sports book. Second halves are one of our riskiest situations. It's one of the more advantageous situations for the players. So To your point, yes. So while we tend to see a pretty consistent marketplace pregame, especially on football, this is a football betting conference, so you don't ever see a book be 7 and another book be 3 on Alabama versus Florida State. It just doesn't ever happen. But due to the immense amount of handle that are now being taken on these college football games, at halftime is where you can see a significant difference. I might be $1 million high on Alabama in that game. Somebody else might be, 7 figures high on Florida State. And if that game's, 14-7 at half, so it's right on the full game number, people are going to have real different risk liabilities to the second half, and thus you're going to see really different numbers in the second half where you wouldn't see different numbers pregame. So it's certainly a challenge. It's much more of a challenge to manage risk second half than it is pregame. Plus you have so much time pregame. So, college football numbers, we open Sunday night and you have all week to manage your risk. A big bet comes in Wednesday, 6 figures. I have all week to figure out what we're going to do with it, how we're going to handle it, how we're going to, hey, we're 7 figures high on Bama right now. I only want to be $500,000 high. No problem. I have all this time. The game goes to half. I have 12 minutes to make a number, put up a number, hang a number, take bets, and try to manage risk. It doesn't always work out perfect.
My first question is, how do you sleep at night taking our money? No, I'm kidding. What league do you dread the most putting out an opening number?
So here's a good question. So a lot of people would think it would be leagues like Arena Football, WNBA, CFL, leagues like that, because they're so sharp leagues, right? The people that bet them religiously tend to beat us. I mean, I could tell you that we have sharp people that beat us at CFL, they beat us at WNBA, but we're not really scared of it because you're going to put out a number, you're going to limit how much they can bet. The scariest numbers in the world are football numbers, and they're not the opening numbers. They're that. So you put up a football number on Sunday while the games are going on, but you have much lower limits. But on Tuesday, you open those games up for full limits. It's that first day where you start taking 6-figure bets, that's the scary day.
Sort of a similar question, but of the 4 major sports plus college football and college basketball, which sport has the highest hold for you and which is the lowest? And are there any small markets that stand out as having either particularly high or low holds for you? Thanks.
Sure. So NFL actually has the highest hold percentage for us, and the reason is there's so much handle and liquidity in NFL. So everyone wants to bet NFL. I mean, we literally, think of Nevada. Look at us. In our best year, we did well over $1 billion a handle, and probably 50% of our handle comes from college football, college and professional. It's so popular. And because there's so much liquidity in the marketplace, you could take 7-figure bets because there's so much liquidity. When someone comes in and they want to bet, $200,000 on a WNBA game, the reason we don't take it isn't because we don't want to or because we're scared of the people. It's because there's no liquidity on the other side, and your liquidity would be to that entire bet. Because there's so much liquidity as a bookmaker in the NFL and in the college football betting markets. Last year, there were more weeks where we had bigger handle on college football Saturdays than NFL Sundays. More times than not, we took more handle on college football Saturdays. So anyway, to answer your question, because there's so much money in that marketplace, we're always going to hold more to it. Anytime there's more liquidity, it's always good for the house.
How do you protect yourself from game fixing, or how do you know that a game is being fixed, or what?
So one of the interesting things is, I'm Chief Operation Officer of CG Analytics, and I'm Vice President of Business Development for CG Technology. And in my role in CG Analytics, we're one of the few companies in Nevada, and the few in the entire world, really, who have a full team, who has as an operator, also has a full analytics team with a staff dedicated to do fraud prevention and game integrity. And basically, it all starts with abnormalities, identifying abnormalities. I'll say this, there's no sure way to stop it, but I think we do a better job than anyone else because we actually have a team in place to look for it. But at the end of the day, here's the myth about that. If you were a poker player and you played 1,000,000 hands of poker, you're going to take some of the most horrific beats you ever took. And it doesn't mean that the dealer was cheating, it just means you took some bad beats. And if you bet on enough sporting events, you're going to see some unbelievable stuff happen. You look at Oklahoma State last year. They lost the game they won. The game was over. They won the football game. And it went on a loss as their record. Things happen that are really bad in sports that make you think that has to be fixed. 99% of the time, it's not. A referee made an error, a player made an error, a coach did something stupid, player did something stupid. Yeah, we put a lot of time into fraud prevention and game integrity, and more often than not, it's not fixed, really.
You talked about sometimes hanging bad numbers. In your experience, what's the worst feeling you've had when suddenly all the money's coming in and it's on the side and you suddenly realize what's going on here? We don't have full information, or we've hung a bad number. Is there a game or a couple of games you remember where a situation like that happened?
Yeah, so here's the bad thing about it. Or here's the situation we're in Nevada. So some of the other global books and markets not inside Nevada say that you go to put up a guy at 3-1 and you accidentally fat finger it and put him at 300-1. You just send him a little message. Sorry, bad number, no problem. In Vegas, if we deal that 300-1 instead of 3 and you come in and bet it for the max, I have to honor that bet. You bet it, I put the number up. And those things happen. People make typos, people make mistakes, and those are the most frustrating and scary when you try to deal a team or a guy at 3-1 and someone fat fingered a couple extra zeros, and now it's 300-1 and you're just hoping it doesn't get home.
I got a question.
Sure.
Like, how do you guys determine? Oh, okay. So do I need? Okay. Like, leading up to the week, say like Tom Brady, for instance, is minus 14.5 Patriots at the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
Leading up to a week, he's fine. You know, Sunday, 10 a.m., gets a stomach bug, he's out. How do you guys determine the difference in the point spread, like when you take it off the book to come back, like with such a big player like that being
That's
out?
a great question. And I love that question for this reason. Tom Brady, LeBron James, Bryce Harper, whoever it is, they're not worth the same every single game. I've gone back with this conversation with many risk managers, book managers, bettors, and they all say, what's Tom Brady worth to the Patriots when he's out? It depends. Are the Patriots playing the Jets this week? Because they probably don't need him to beat the Jets anyway, and if they were up 28, they might pull him in the fourth. You know, what is LeBron worth, period? Is he worth 9 points? He has been. We've seen LeBron be worth as much as 11 points in a game, but I've also seen him be worth as low as 3. So what's he really worth, right? Everything depends on the situation, who they're playing, what's the situation in the game. So it's actually different every single time. So you can't put a true value to every player for every team that's just synchronized through every situation. The ones that are more scarier than the Tom Brady ones are collegiate sports, because basically you may have a quarterback who's Riley Ferguson, let's use Riley Ferguson at Memphis. Great quarterback, second year, is going to throw 40-plus touchdowns this year. The guy coming off the bench might be me. That's not good. That's where you kind of run into issues, right, is in collegiate sports. You know who Tom Brady's backup is, right? It's Jimmy Garoppolo. You know what you're getting pretty much. You can kind of have an expectation there. When, if Riley Ferguson comes out and I have to come in, that could be bad. So college tends to be much more difficult as far as players than pros.
Hey, keep it going for Matt Holt, man. Wasn't he incredible?
Thanks, guys.
Man, thanks so much, man. That was wonderful.
Thanks, Phil.
It was so insightful. All right, sweet. So we are going to take our lunch break. So we are going to meet here at 1 o'clock for the legend, Gabe Morency. So you guys having a good time, man? Are we all enjoying this? All good, man? Let me hear you guys. We good? We good? We good? Okay, enjoy your lunch, everybody. See you back here, 1 o'clock sharp. Where is lunch? I don't know. Downstairs? Downstairs. So insightful. and I couldn't be more excited about the second half. So we have everybody here. We also have all the people watching live at www.ifbc.live as well. I want you guys to know, do not do what I did and accidentally go to www.ifbc.org, because that is the International Fellowship of Bible Churches. So stay focused. Stay focused. Don't fuck around. Man, what an honor. What an absolute honor to be introducing your next guest. I'm Canadian, and he's an absolute legend in our country. I've been watching him 15 years at least, and man, I couldn't be more honored to be introducing him to you guys right now. He's going to be talking about bridging the gap between fantasy sports and sports betting, keeping your emotions out of sports betting. What an honor to introduce the man. I hope I get to party with him this weekend. I hope I do. Make some noise and please welcome Gabe Morency.
I appreciate the kind introduction. First off, I want to, we're good, eh? We're good, eh? All right, I'm like Al Gore up here, except I'm not talking about the environment. All right, my name is Gabriel Morency, and I have a gambling problem. Oh, wait, wrong room. But honestly, once I was on the radio and we thought it would be a fun experience to take the Gamblers Anonymous quiz, I answered yes to 19 of the 20 questions. The only question that I didn't admit to being a degenerate gambler was, did I steal money from a loved one to gamble? I originally said no, and then I remembered, no, I did used to steal money from my father. A couple of bucks in from the change to here and there to get a parlay ticket in. But all kidding aside, we appreciate the great introduction. First off, I want to thank everybody for coming down here. It's been freaking awesome so far, hasn't it, guys? First class experience, and we're going to try to help you guys make some money, but let's give it up for SBR for making this happen. And of course, all the sponsors for making this happen as well. So as Jimmy alluded to, now I'm on the Fantasy Sports Network. Now, I've been on TV for about 16 years now, hosting radio shows and television shows on various networks around North America. I lived in LA, I lived in Vegas, I lived in Montreal, I lived in Toronto. I used to be the host of the Expos post-game show. And an interesting story about this, it's actually true. I used to place bets from the same payphone that Pete Rose used to call and place his bets from. And to me, I had made it. I'm like, how cool is this? Like, you know, I'm in the clubhouse, I'm calling bets from the Pete Rose hotline. You know, we used to call it the Pete Rose hotline, right? So, you know, I've been on the mainstream side of things, you know, professional sports, but my roots have always been gaming. All right, I started betting in 1982 when I was 12 years old, and I was hooked then. And I realized then when I was 12, after I played a parlay card. And the following week, the kid didn't show up at school with the parlay card, and I'm 12 years old, and I'm like, the NFL's just not the same. This Bills game isn't as fun as it was last week. So ever since then, I was hooked, and fortunately, I've been able to make a career out of it on TV, and then sometimes winning. Now, incidentally, a couple of years ago, it's the highest profile thing in the gaming industry we probably accomplish, finishing in 8th place 2 years ago in the LV Westgate Super Contest. We would have finished higher, but Mark Lawrence was in our way. And one of the best in the business, but we actually ended up tying for 8th place with Mark Lawrence. Last year, we struggled. This year, we're going to be entering a ton of contests, and I'm fired up to talk some football. So now I'm on a Fantasy Sports Network. Yet, it's funny because years ago, people would ask me, are you into fantasy football? And I'd say, you know, my fantasies in football are with Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, not really, you know, not really how many yards a quarterback is going to throw for, only because I've got money on the game. I don't want to worry about that. But over the years, I've come to realize there are a million games and a million options in every game. And I'm obsessed with them all. You know, I'm like Gordon, Gecko. I don't want to leave any of the profit on the table and find out after. You're telling me this guy had 7 catches and the prop was 2.5? I want to be on top of that. Now, one thing that I realized years ago, actually, was people started sending me the preview magazines. And, you get the preview magazines, they're going to break down the offense, they're going to break down the defense, but you're not really going to get inside. What sort of the analytics of things. You know, what side of the field do they give up more yards to? How do they do on 3rd down? What do they do on 1st down, etc.? And I found that fantasy football guys, like how many people in the room play fantasy football here? like DraftKings, I guess, DFS and everything, season-long leagues, the information that you get from the fantasy world right now can be applied into the prop world. And it's amazing, 71% of people who play fantasy football actually bet on sports. But I saw with these fantasy magazines, I'm like, man, this is way more detailed. I'm getting way more information than I am from a standard preview and breakdown. You got to understand not just the team, but a fantasy guy could tell you position by position all the way through. So let's start off with this right now. And a classic example. Now, anyone who plays DraftKings is aware right now, with the $1 Million Maker and et cetera. Tight ends are scoring more touchdowns than ever. It's a tight end league. Every year, the National Football League breaks its own records for throwing the football more than it did in the previous year. Yet tight ends, I know I'm sweating, guys. I see guys looking at me like, yeah, I'm aware. I'm dying up here. Late night last night. But, tight ends are absolutely killing it right now. And, there's a couple of teams coming into this year that really didn't address this situation. The Carolina Panthers being one of them. They gave up 12 touchdowns last year to tight ends. Generally, you're going to get a tight end prop. Will a player score a touchdown? Could be in about the plus 250 range. Plus 175, plus 300 range. These guys gave up 12 touchdowns. There's a couple of teams on the list here. The Dallas Cowboys absolutely get murdered by tight ends. 113 receptions allowed by the Dallas Cowboys to tight ends. All right, that was the second most in the league after the Washington Redskins at 114. Arizona Cardinals, 47. There's a big discrepancy there. You're betting a tight end prop against the Arizona Cardinals, you're not winning. You're not going to win that prop. They got a great secondary. They're batting everything down. You can pick, people think, oh, the Dallas Cowboys, yeah, they had a great year against the point spread. Yeah, guys had great years betting on tight end props against them as well. So, I think the tight end prop is a very, very good one now. Quarterbacks love going to the tight end nowadays, and you can get the props often in the 2.5 to 3.5 catches in the football game. But let's get real. A prop, and I'm almost known for this. I should start a website, the Prop King, so to speak. But for years, I've caught on to the long field goal prop. Every sports book has it, the long field goal prop, and it flies right under the radar, guys. And I've got a team here that was actually 12-4 to the long field goal prop last year. Now, we're talking about Justin Tucker and the Baltimore Ravens. Now, the long field goal prop, it's generally going to be 43.5 yards, maybe 44.5 yards. Justin Tucker went over all these numbers. The guy was 10 for 10 from 50-yard field goals or out, guys. 10 for freaking 10. And the thing about Justin Tucker is he's only 27 years old right now. He's probably their best player as well. I mean, let's be real. You look at Baltimore Raven offense, Harbaugh will attempt a field goal from the 35-yard line. Some teams will be like, you know what? We got a good offense. Let's get the first down. Not Harbaugh. Harbaugh will kick that field goal. Guys, 12 out of freaking 16 games last year, the long field goal prop. Justin Tucker hit it 11 times on his own, and once the New York Giants did as well. 12-4, and I would expect a very similar situation coming into this year with Justin Tucker and the Baltimore Ravens. He's the best kicker in the league, and weather's not even a factor. Now, I've made money with Bailey in this situation as well. He's really good, but Tucker's just so freaking consistent in this situation, and Harbaugh, as I stated, it's up to the coach. Harbaugh has trust in this guy. He doesn't have a lot of weapons to work with. That's a prop that definitely I'm encouraging you all to keep your eye on a weekly basis. Listen, if you play this blindly with Justin Tucker, you're going to win at least 10 times. You're going to win at least 10 times. The guy, the year before, he attempted 14 kicks, 50 yards or more. He hit 10 of those. Last year, he was 10 for 10. All right? It's almost free money. Nothing's free, but they're putting it on the table there for you. Now, we talk about, the correlation between fantasy football and betting football. And as I stated, it's not just with the tight ends and with the long field goal props. I've done team-by-team previews for each National Football League team over the last month. And looking at the LA Rams, there's a perception, the Rams defense is great. I don't know, man. They got like 6 guys that were on Gene Simmons' LA Kiss, I think, last year, vying for one of the cornerback spots. Now, and you got Trumaine Johnson on one side. We're going to pick on this other side. There's going to be opportunities. Sack props are another one. It's not rocket science either. You look at, we tend to overthink things and try to overcap things. A great example is you look at the Rams and Goff last year. he got freaking knocked around, all right? He got knocked around a hell of a lot. The Arizona Cardinals led the National Football League in sacks last year, yet they play in a division against a bunch of teams that give up a ton of freaking sacks. It's another very, very viable prop on a weekly basis when they're playing in the division. Seattle Seahawks have the worst offensive line in the National Football League once again coming into this year, according to Pro Football Focus, who have become sort of the gold standard of rating offensive units. And I expect the Arizona Cardinals, they have a great defense. It's going to lead me into a future that I have on the Cardinals here. But you look at the Seattle Seahawks, they didn't make their O-line any better. Their O-line isn't any better right now. Russell Wilson's going to be running for his life once again. You look at Jared Goff. Jared Goff, it's not the offensive line. Goff doesn't know what the hell he's doing back there. He's going to get killed as well. So I'm telling you right now, when Arizona plays Seattle, when they play San Francisco, when they play the Rams, bet the over of the sacks in the game. And as I stated earlier, teams are throwing more than they ever have before. More opportunities for sacks. Sack prop is usually 4.5. Once again, it'll hit like a good 68, 70% of the time. It's not sexy. People want to watch the game and cheer for the catch and cheer for the touchdown. I don't care about that. I just want to watch my account go up during the game. And the beautiful things about these props is there's times when Tucker hits a 47-yard field goal on the first mother effing drive. You've won. Thank you. Next. You move on to the next game. But we get caught up in, we got to pick the right side. The Super Bowl, pick the right side. Props, classic example of it. I always diversify my portfolios. My games are split in half. I'll usually have about $5,000 in action. I'll have about $2,500 of it in props riding, and $2,500 of it riding on the games. It's a little bit of an insurance. And I'll sort of counterbalance it a little bit as well. Let's say, a good example was when the Packers played the Falcons. I love the Falcons to beat the Packers in a playoff game last year. But I also knew that Aaron Rodgers was going to freaking light it up as well. So I bet a ton of money on the Falcons, but I also stacked up on Packer props. Let's say the Falcons choke, I lose my bet. Well, that means the Packers props are all going to cash. Even better, Falcons covered and all the props cash, right? It's sort of an insurance policy, so to speak. All right, so let me get into a team, and we got Mr. Mark Lawrence here. And we've been breaking down NFL teams with college teams, NFL teams on a weekly basis, on a daily basis on the Fantasy Sports Network. And the team I want to talk about is the Arizona Cardinals, all right? The Arizona Cardinals. The win total is 8.5. And I heard Teddy talk this morning about futures. I hate futures. I'm an impatient son of a bitch, man. I've actually broken toasters getting pissed off waiting for toast. No joke. Seriously. I've stood there what the fuck, man? And I'm like, fuck. I am very impatient. So it's hard for me to bet on futures. And I'm also one of these guys, too. I'm sort of like a punk rocker in the sense that I'm like, man, if I bet a future, fuck, I don't even know if I'm going to be alive then, right? It's one of those type of things. We're I don't want to put money on this, man. I'm not feeling too well recently. I got to worry about my bet now, I'm worried about the now. And I got so bad, I was so impatient, I started betting, will there be a run in the first inning of baseball games? It's like the crack cocaine of betting, all right? It really is. It's like the fucking crack cocaine of betting. And, you're stressing out the first pitch, the second pitch, and, you bet the first inning, and then, of course, right after that, you're like, all right, let's try to bet the under in the first 5 here now. So, I'm not I've never gotten to the point where I bet which basketball team will score 10 points first and stuff. That's, then you might as well just go fucking play Keno at this point in time. But I will be honest, when it comes to baseball and other sports, I'm recreationally gambling. I find it's a problem that we probably a lot of us have in the room here. We try to be experts at everything in every sport. I talk about every sport all the time, and it doesn't mean I'm going to cap every sport equally because I have a hot take and a good opinion about a sport, right? So you sort of have to identify which sports am I really making money on and which sports am I betting to have fun with. I'm not betting baseball to make money on. Who fucking knows what's going to happen in a baseball game? I tell you guys a quick story about, baseball. Esteban Loaiza. Remember Esteban Loaiza, the pitcher? A buddy of mine was in an after-hours club in Toronto, Ontario. Loaiza's pitching for the Toronto Blue Jays. All right, it's about 5:30 in the morning. Loaiza's walking around an after-hours club with like 4 beers in his hand. All right, he's hanging with a bunch of chicks. My buddy goes up to him. He's like, "Hey, Esteban, man." He goes, "Aren't you pitching tomorrow?" He goes, "No, man, I pitched today, man. I pitched today." It's like 5 in the morning, right? He's pitching that night. And he's sweating like I am now, Tim. It's a hot place. He's sweating it up like a motherfucker, right? So he's sweating it. So my buddy calls. He's like, "Dude," he's like, "Listen, Esteban Loaiza is like doing rails and fucking getting hammered here. And he's pitching tonight, man." He goes, load up, all right? Load up on the game. So everyone fucking starts, putting the money in. Don't worry, real inside information. We know. Motherfucker gets on the hill. He's sweating all day. He looks awful. Like, he walks slow out to the mound, kind of like we're laughing type of deal. The guy threw 7 innings of one-hit baseball. After every pitch, he got off the mound and was like this. And like people just thought he was concentrating. No, he was like sweating booze out. But, so my point is, there's no lock in baseball, all right? There's no lock in baseball. Another quick anecdote like that, when I was hosting the Expos postgame show. All right, now baseball players, not like football, all right? They're not like football. It's not as rah-rah in the clubhouse before. They're all sort of doing their own thing. But it was when Sammy Sosa was there, all right? So Sammy Sosa and the Cubs, it was during that steroid home run thing, and the Cubs were good. But the Cubs were struggling a bit. And the Cubs had like a football-style huddle in the tunnel before the game. And I saw it. I was there. And it was one of these deals, man. Enough fucking around. We're going to do this. We're going to get back on track. We're playing Cub baseball. It was like a football, it was like a movie. It was like the greatest speech ever. And Sosa was like, "We didn't come this far to fail." And like he gave him this speech. And they all were fired up. I was like, "Man, I got to bet on the Cubs, man. I got to bet on the Cubs." Cubs scored like 7 runs in the first 2 innings. I'm patting myself on the back like Barry Horowitz until the Cubs bullpen fucking blew it, and I ended up losing the bet. So when I bet baseball, I know it's for fun. Anything can happen. You got to understand sport by sport. But when it comes to football, I really do believe that we are investing, not really gambling. The NFL and college football is a stock market. I look at the board like I do. It's a stock market. And people want to make money on, Apple stocks. It's too late to make money on Apple stocks. So that's why I like to find the props and the games within the games, guys. I'm telling you, I can't stress that enough. The games within the game. The only thing is you start to really get pissed off during the game because you're obsessed with everything that you didn't take. Son of a bitch, I knew this backup running back was going to get 23.5 yards. I didn't do it. You can't bet on it all. But isolate the top 10 best props. And I'm telling you, take a look at the field goal prop that I was telling you guys about. Take a look at the tight end props, the over-under catches when the tight ends are playing against the Carolina Panthers. When they're playing, the Dallas Cowboys have a young-ass secondary this year, guys. All right? And I'm talking about the guys that might not end up being in jail by the time the season starts. So they've got a young secondary, and it's not going to change. Their secondary was soft and got carved up last year by tight ends, like brutally. Like I said, 113 catches, guys. 113 catches. They didn't do anything to really address this. They've got younger guys in the secondary right now. So let's take a look at a tight end prop when the Dallas Cowboys playing. What's the over-under for the tight end prop? 2.5, 3, boom. Take the over. So I want to talk about the Arizona Cardinals a little bit. And I was talking about I'm a very impatient person, but I'm right so fucking often with these futures. And I'm like, I didn't die. I should have taken it. I'm still alive. So at this point, you know what? I'm jumping in right now. And although I am impatient and I don't want to wait till the end of the playoffs, and Ted Savranti, Teddy Covers, brought up a great point this morning as well. You play a future on a Super Bowl team, you're going to get the same damn number when the playoffs start for the most part. Sometimes a better number. When the Baltimore Ravens won the Super Bowl against San Francisco, they were like 18-1 before the year started. Before the playoffs started, they were 25-1. The New York Giants, similar situation. Giants are always, 16-1, 12-1 to win the Super Bowl. And then when the playoffs start, they're always 25-1 once again. So it's really not worth it. I'm not a big fan of the to-win futures, only because as Teddy pointed out, only one team is going to win, and you're going to have to wait a hell of a long time. Now, I don't mind playing division prop futures. I think there's some money to be made there as well. You don't have to wait to the end of the playoffs. But let's talk about this Arizona Cardinal team. The win total is 8.5, guys. 8.5 this year, and it's plus 100. So you're not laying any juice on this either. There's a big perception. I don't know what it is, that the hatred about the Arizona Cardinals. Is there something wrong? Is there something wrong with a team? Is there something wrong with a team that ranked 4th against the pass? They gave up 210 yards a game in a year. All right? They're ranked 9th versus the run, 94 yards a game on the ground. They led the National Football League in sacks last year. Last year was a disaster for the Arizona Cardinals. They still went 7-8-1. All right? Bruce Arians is one of the best coaches in the league. You know, the guy had some health issues last year. They had a ton of injuries. It was just one of those snake-bitten years for Arizona. The tie football game, they were missing extra points, missing field goals early, and then sort of they got behind the 8 ball and they couldn't catch up to it. But coming into this year, the Arizona Cardinals, there's a lot to like about this football team. Everybody's going to talk about Le'Veon Bell. David Johnson's just as good, if not better, all right? From an impact that he's going to bring to the table. So you've got a superstar player here. The big concern is Carson Palmer, all right? Don't be concerned with Carson Palmer. And this is where you're going to get value. This is why people don't want to take Arizona. Listen, they're playing in a terrible division. Last year they went 4-1-1 in their 6 division games. The prop is 8.5, guys. Let's say they win 4. They're playing San Francisco and LA another 4 times. Let's say they go 4-2. All right, they go 4-2. We got to go 5-5 against the rest of the league after this. But Carson Palmer, 38 years old, really got it together last year over the last month of the season. And, we take this from a fantasy perspective. Carson Palmer is sort of forgotten about. He's old. He's 38 years old. He got beat up last year. How much does he have left in the tank? I think he's like the 20th ranked fantasy quarterback. So in other words, people aren't taking him. They don't believe in him. Well, this is when you get value, right? You can't bet on what's already happened. You got to bet on what's going to happen. You got to think outside the box a little bit. Now, Carson Palmer, last 5 games of the season last year, 11 touchdown passes, 3 interceptions. Why? He stopped throwing the footballs on Wednesday. Bruce Arians told him, you know what? Your arm's flat. Your arm's dead. We got to stop throwing so many footballs during the week. In the offseason, Arians told him, don't throw footballs in the summer, guys. He said, don't throw the ball. Carson Palmer, the accuracy, the velocity, the zip. He nearly broke David Johnson's finger the other day, threw the ball so hard. They're saying Carson Palmer's got that it thing. He's feeling great. He's refreshed once again. And I believe in Carson Palmer bouncing back this year. John Brown, sickle cell issue. I'm not a doctor. I don't know what it is, but I know it's not good to play football when you got a sickle cell issue. It's been addressed. Expect John Brown to bust out in a big way as well. Fitzgerald's still a badass. This guy just doesn't seem to age. But what I love about this football team is the defense and the division that they play in. 8.5 is too low. They're going to give Seattle all they can handle for this division. And we talk about an already badass defense that added maybe one of the best linebackers in the draft in Hassan Reddick out of Temple into the mix. Budda Baker being thrown into an already athletic secondary. I think this is a real dark horse. I believe Arizona's not only going to go over 8.5 at plus 100. I think Arizona's going to the playoffs, guys. All right. I think Arizona's going to go to the playoffs. You can bet the Arizona playoff prop, but I will be betting. I'm going to put about $2,000-$3,000 on this one. So I'm not just standing up here telling you, oh, Arizona could go over. No. I'm going to Vegas in 3 weeks, and I'm betting Arizona to go over 8.5. Now, a team that I talked about. Let's talk some college football here. And, I thought I was going to be real cute talking about Florida Atlantic, and I find out guys are talking about Louisiana Monroe and stuff. All right. I guess I'm pretty high profile there with my FAU thought here. So, Florida Atlantic University. I like to identify, and I'm sort of a fan of Florida Atlantic. There's certain schools, Central Michigan. I'm a fan of Central Michigan. Dan Lefevre and the Chips. They're like a good friend. When I need money, they help me out. It's like, I know the Chips will get it done for me. But these are programs that fly under the radar. The odds makers don't really care about the game all that much. The numbers are just going to be sort of blindly set. They're more concerned with the CBS Alabama game of the week than they are the Florida Atlantic or the Monroe game. That's why I love the direction of this. Let's talk about Florida Atlantic right now. I've always liked Florida Atlantic. I've had Howard Schellenberg on my program in past years, great coach, former Miami Hurricane coach, of course. He was briefly at Florida Atlantic. And then subsequently, it turned out the Florida Atlantic kids were fans of my show. So they started sending me jerseys and gear. They just said, don't tell them that's from us, because they're going to know we're, So yeah, I guess I could say it. Some of those kids were betting, all right? But anyways, that was years ago, all right? It's like steroids in the UFC. You got college kids betting. Yeah, they're all doing it. But let's talk about Florida Atlantic. Who's their coach this year, guys? Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin could have really picked a few spots, all right? The guy's a dirtball, but he's a great football coach. He, and he had a nice, successful run at Alabama, but somehow, of course, in a Lane Kiffin way, got to get, can't make it all the way through to the championship game somehow. But look, Sarkisian's gone too. Saban just could be a jerk too, right? It goes both ways. But anyways, so Lane Kiffin comes in here right now in a Florida Atlantic. He also has 14 returning starters into the mix. Who's the offensive coordinator? Kendall Briles. Kendall Briles comes over from Baylor. This is some high-powered, deviant stuff. This is like Walter White stuff. You know what I'm saying? Breaking Bad. Like, this is some, like, deviant, like, in the kitchen thinking we're about to really fuck with these coaches' minds in the Sun Belt, man. You're going to have, like, Kiffin and Briles together. All we're missing right now, let's be real. Let's just hire O.J. Simpson as the running back coach and move on with it. We'll have Kiffin. We got a Briles. We got O.J. Hey, come on, at this point, like, I got to tell you, I think the NCAA, they already have, like, investigators just sitting in a car watching. They're just watching everything. They're like, we're watching you, Kiffin. Like, Kiffin's looking over his shoulder. And it's like, and, Kiffin, though, Kiffin just needs to get to a bowl game here. And that's the whole plan for Lane Kiffin. And, to get to a bowl game in today's new college football world in which, everyone gets to a bowl game, all you need is 6 wins. The over-under is 4 wins for Florida Atlantic. Listen, the last 3 years in a row, they've been a 3-win team. So Las Vegas is basically telling us that they only think that Kendall Briles and that Lane Kiffin is worth 1 game in the Sun Belt. That's it. I don't buy that. Oh yeah. We should bring up the fact that Lane's brother left Ole Miss to become the coordinator at Florida Atlantic as well. All right. They got an all-star coach. Monty Kiffin is also part of this package. Good Super Bowl winners in the Sun Belt right now, guys. All right. We also have a quarterback, and DeAndre Johnson, another quarterback, stud quarterback, would have been a starting quarterback with the Florida State Seminoles. All right. This kid, like every other starting quarterback in Florida, either likes to touch women or hit women. All right, unfortunately. So this kid punched a chick on video, and you know you're a bad kid when Jimbo Fisher won't stand up for you. All right. So, but hey, Lane Kiffin doesn't have a problem. So that's what I'm saying. It's just perfect. If you're Kiffin, is there a kid out there that hits chicks that's fucking good? Yes, there is, Lane. You know what? And he's playing at East Mississippi fucking Community College right now. He's just like perfect. Fucking perfect. All right? So we've got an ACC blue chip. And my boy over here was nodding. My boy from Texas over here, Chicago, partying with last night. He's nodding when I start talking about DeAndre. The kid's a talent, man. The kid's a big-time talent. We're talking about a big-time conference, ACC, good enough to be the starter at Florida State talent. Now going to be wreaking havoc on the Sun Belt. Listen, they opened up against Navy. All right, it's a home game for FAU. It's a tough one. First game for Johnson, etc. But I think Navy could be a little bit vulnerable this year. Wisconsin, they're going to Madison in week 2. They got no shot. All right, let's just hope Johnson doesn't get killed in that game. After that, though, we got Bethune Cookman. We got the Buffalo Bulls, all right? I think we could just put pads on us right now, and we'd beat the Buffalo Bulls. We got Middle Tennessee State. Games at FAU, very winnable game. At Old Dominion, winnable game. Hosting North Texas, winnable game. I don't see them beating the Hilltoppers on the road. Hosting Marshall, winnable game for this Owl team with the 14 returning starters that they have coming back. This is a bowl or bust for Lane Kiffin, all right? To Lane Kiffin's mind, he's not here to win 8 games. He wants to be in a bowl at the end of the year. And I do believe that Kendall Briles and Lane Kiffin and DeAndre Johnson can get them there. And the fact of the matter is, we don't have to bet isn't that they get to a bowl game. The win total is 4. All right? At worst, we're going to get a push here. There's going to be a 6-win team. Worst 5. I'd be shocked even if we get the push. I love Florida Atlantic to go in a Ted Savransky over 4 wins this year, guys. Over 4 wins. So that's about all I got right now. If anybody's got any questions or anything like that, ask them to me now before I drop dead up here. We good? Oh, yeah. Okay, actually, I'm glad you brought that up, actually, because, yeah, I'm glad you brought it up, because my boy Zach, and give it up, Zach, that great guy, Zach Jones. It was actually Zach's idea for me to talk about not letting emotions get into gaming. I was like, is this a joke? I said, how the fuck am I supposed to stand in front of people and tell people to, keep your emotions in check? I make money off of, like, losing my emotion. That's my thing. But I'm glad you bring up the Buffalo Bills, actually. It's a big thing. Because somebody actually, trolled me on Twitter saying, oh, Morency, you're going to talk about, like, keeping your emotions out of things. You bet on the Bills all the time. I'm one of these people that don't believe that. I never understand people. I don't like betting on my favorite team. I don't like knowing. Well, don't you know your favorite team more than any other fucking team in the league? Like, you know what I mean? You know your favorite team. The only difference is just take your heart out of it and realize, like, I'm not stupid. Like, I'm like, yeah, the Buffalo Bills aren't covering against the Patriots. I'm aware of this because I've seen the Patriots beat them 17 of the last 19 fucking times. All right, that's not emotion. But as far as the Buffalo Bills, love the over 6.5 wins this year. Sean McDermott, people don't realize about this guy. He looks like Stone Cold Steve Austin, all right? Guy's a badass. He was a national wrestling champion in high school, prep champion. He's just a little pit bull-like type of guy. Carolina Panthers defense has always been rock solid when he was there. You bring in Rick Dennison, a Super Bowl offensive coordinator. Listen, I think Rex Ryan's an idiot, all right? The Buffalo Bills were able to win 7 games with Rex Ryan. They were able to win 8 games with Rex Ryan. Now they have a competent staff. I think they won 7 and 8 games despite Rex Ryan. And, and this is another way of sort of fading the mainstream media perception. It's really funny. The last couple of years, the Buffalo Bills were like ESPN and the NFL networks. Which team didn't make the playoffs last year is going to make the playoffs? Oh, Rex Ryan and the Buffalo Bills. And now you read the perception. Oh, it's over for the Bills. Rex Ryan tried to save it and he can't. And somehow it's worse. Oh, yeah, somehow it's worse. Rex Ryan's a fucking moron, all right? The guy that shouldn't be standing on an NFL sideline. Put him in a booth, fine. But the guy was a horrible coach. I like the Buffalo Bills. They got a lot of talent. No reason they don't go over 6.5 wins this year. Mr. Savransky.
I want to hear the toaster story, dude.
I have quite a few of them, if you want.
Yeah, toaster story. We got to hear one.
Toaster story. Well, I can tell you one thing, actually. I'm kind of stupid. No kidding. I have broken toasters.
I'm sure.
So basically what I do.
I can picture it.
Yeah, so you push the thing down, but I basically just like pop it back up so hard so that, that it flies out. It flies out, but yeah, no kidding. I've smashed a few toasters along my way.
Certain you can picture it.
Yeah, but I try not to. I'm not as crazy as people think. I'm kind of loud in real life and stuff. When I'm watching games at home, you do have to keep that emotion out of it. If you're one of these guys that's kicking chairs over after every fucking penalty and stuff, you're gonna go crazy, right? I stress out much less than I used to be honest. But one thing I do want to stress, though, and I'm telling you, even though I see most of you do play fantasy, pick up a fantasy football preview magazine, all right? Even if you're not a fantasy guy. It's not like you're buying Entertainment Weekly, all right? You're still going to enjoy it, even a fantasy guy. Read the player rankings. So you're not just breaking down the teams, know the players and the situations, all right? And since I got into fantasy and working on a fantasy sports network, I've been a better NFL better because of it. It's made me smarter. It can help you guys as well. But I want to thank you guys for paying attention to me. I'm dead serious about the picks that I gave. Tucker, man. But Justin Tucker, long field goal, 12-4 last year. Love Arizona, over 8.5. And I'm big on the Florida Atlantic Owls to win more than 4 football games this year, guys. Thanks for your time. Thanks to SBR for the invite. And may the winners be yours.
Hey, thanks so much. Keep it going for Gabriel Morency. Man, you're a legend. Most entertaining guy in the business for my money, man. But Gabe, the language. Be professional. I want to know where you get one of those shirts that changes color when you're on stage. Dope.
I didn't know it was turning into a roast here. Do I get a rhetorical after?
Of course. Man, most entertaining dude in the whole business right there. Give him more love. Give him more love. Gabriel Morency. We're gonna take a short break, but man, we have Ed Feng gonna come up, and I'm so excited, man. What a way to finish off this incredible day. So we're gonna take 5 to 10 minute break. Come back for Ed Feng at 2 o'clock. I'll wait till they give me the hit and I'll come and grab it right when we start from the power. We're doing a 30 second.
Ay, ma. Pero podrías actuar.
Let me know when it starts off. And you got the mic.
Okay,
Okay, let's do it, homie. Let's go. All right, check. Hey, what up, everybody? Man, this has been an incredible day. I've loved every minute of it. You guys doing well out here? Let me hear you guys. Are we good? Sweet. We got a special promo going on right now from Bet Online. they're giving us an exclusive bonus, 75% up to $2,500 with the promo code IFBC17. We're going to show a quick 15-second message from BetOnline, and then I will introduce with pleasure our final guest of the day, Mr. Ed Feng. So check it out.
Looking to build that bankroll for football season? BetOnline is offering IFBC attendees a special 75% sign-up bonus up to $2,500. To take advantage of this special offer, head over to BetOnline right now and enter the promo code IFBC17. Again, IFBC17, and you will kick off this betting season ahead of the pack.
Brady, what a bitch, eh? Guy's nothing without Giselle. Nothing. Okay, man, I'm so excited about our last guest, and the guests today have been absolutely incredible. So our next guest will teach us about how turning LSD into sports betting dollars. Sorry, turning a PhD into sports betting dollars. Only another 12 more years of school for me then. This is exciting. This is exciting. When bookmakers see Ed Feng with the computer under his arm, they shit their pants, all right? This guy is about edge. Whatever edge you have, he will give you more. I'm so excited to introduce from Power Rank, make some noise for Mr. Ed Feng!
Thanks, Jimmy. I appreciate the intro. And, you know, it's 2 p.m. in the afternoon. It's after lunch. It's siesta time. The conference is almost over. And who do they give you to talk? The Asian guy with the PhD that's going to talk about math. Zach, thanks, man. Appreciate that. But no, I want to make a pact with you guys. We're going to talk about analytics. But here's our pact. 1, no equations. 2, simple insights. Okay, so I'm going to tell you sites to visit, simple things that you want to keep in mind when you're handicapping certain types of leagues, no Excel spreadsheets, no importing data, none of that junk. Okay, I'm going to structure the talk in terms of 3 short stories. And the first story is, which computer rankings do you want to choose? So you have a lot of choices, especially in college football. You can go to Ken Massey's website. He's got 117 different college football rankings. Okay? You're clearly not going to go through all of those. So how do you sort through that clutter? And the first thing to note is that, you know, what do computer rankings do? And at its most basic level, computer rankings take some kind of input. We're going to talk a lot about what input it takes over the next 10 minutes. But it takes this input, and then it adjusts for strength of schedule. Okay, and we all kind of get what strength of schedule means, especially in college football. Teams in the SEC play a much more difficult schedule than teams in the Sun Belt. Teams in the Big Ten play a much more difficult schedule than teams in the MAC. We all know this intuitively. How do we get the math to account for that? Computer polls. So I started thinking about computer polls and which ones that you want to look at during the BCS era. So you guys all remember the Bowl Championship Series. So it was the system for college football to match the first and the second ranked teams in the country. And it sucked. Everyone knew we needed a playoff. But the thing to remember about the BCS, it was a lot better than what came before. Because before then, it was just a bowl system, and you would never have a chance of getting 1 versus 2. So along comes the BCS, and how did they decide who the top 2 teams were? Well, they used a combination of human polls. These are AP coaches, stuff like that, and then also these computer polls. And these computer polls were supposed to give, you know, some legitimacy to the BCS, right? But it was a little curious about these computer polls because what the BCS dictated was they said you're not allowed to use margin of victory in games. You are not allowed to use margin of victory in games in your calculations. Okay? And the idea was that the NCAA didn't want to encourage running up the score. Okay, so it just matters if you win or if you lose. So this got me thinking, well, is that a good idea? You know, how can we test these ideas? So what makes the best rankings? And we kind of have these 2 ideas of margin of victory that we think might be a useful thing for algorithms and then adjusting for strength of schedule. So I devised the test for how to test the quality of some rankings. Okay, so first we can just figure out rankings that have neither margin of victory or adjust for strength of schedule. And so we're just ranking teams by wins and losses or the winning percentage. And what we can do to test this is just really simple. College football bowl games, it's a neutral site. The higher ranked team should win more often than not, right? So the test of these ranking systems is how often the higher ranked team beats a lower ranked team. So with winning percentage, so if you just guessed at random, you'd probably get about 50% of the games right. If you rank teams by wins and losses or their winning percentage, it goes up to 52%. So it's not much better than guessing at random. What else can you do? Well, you can take wins and losses and adjust for strength of schedule. And one algorithm that did this was something called the Colley matrix. So this was one of the BCS computer polls. And the nice thing about the Colley matrix is he wrote down all the math, so you could reproduce the results. And the math is really nice. It's some really beautiful mathematics, linear algebra, all kinds of nice things in there. But at its core, it only took wins and losses into account when it ranked teams. And when you use the Colley matrix, you get about 56% of the higher ranked team beating the lower ranked team. Now, what happens when you rank teams by raw margin of victory? Okay? Margin of victory is just you take the points scored for a team, subtract the points allowed, divide by the number of games. Well, that actually does better than the Colley matrix. It gets almost 59% of the bowl games right. Okay? So 59% of the games. And when you do just raw margin of victory, you kind of see how stupid it is. So you would see that North Dakota, if you go back a couple years ago, like a North Dakota State that played an FCS schedule would be ranked ahead of Alabama, things like that. So in some sense, that kind of thing doesn't pass the stupid test, but it still gets about 59% of the games right. And then you can actually go take margin of victory and adjust for strength of schedule. And now you're getting over 60%. So there's something called simple rating system. If you've ever been on the sports reference sites, that's the rankings that they use for college football, NFL. They get about 61%. I've developed my own algorithm at the Power Rank that also predicts about 61% of bowl game winners. And what's the intuition here? Well, the idea is that if you're the 5th ranked team and you go to the 2nd ranked team on the road and you only lose by a point, if you're only looking at wins and losses, you get docked for that. When in reality, you probably played a pretty good game to be within 1 point of a very good team on the road. So when you incorporate margin of victory, in your calculations, this is what leads to good computer rankings that can actually make a prediction that you might want to bet on. Okay, can we get the first slide? So just to show you the stupidity of not using margin of victory, so this is a shot from the 2012 national championship game in college football. These dark guys are Notre Dame, and that guy's, I think it's Eddie Lacy. So if you remember back to that season, Alabama, they lost the game somewhere along there. I think they lost to Texas A&M, but they made the national championship game. Notre Dame went undefeated. They went 12-0, kind of squeaked by some bad teams, but they made the national championship game. If you remember, Alabama obliterated them. So both these teams ended up with 1 loss. And what I really like is that the Colley matrix ranked Notre Dame ahead of Alabama after this game. What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense at all. So you need to consider margin of victory in these games. Okay? So there's a couple places that I obviously recommend my own site. That's a little biased. Jeff Sagarin has rankings. He's the oldest mathematician that started doing this stuff that's still relevant today, but his stuff is still pretty good. There's another site called Dr. Entropy that I often look at. And as I showed before, simple rating system is not a bad system. So just go to the sports reference sites. Those are the type of college football rankings that you want to look at. Okay, so college football strength of schedule adjustments are really important. NFL, they're not as important. But I still suggest that you make them. And I want to give you an example of why. So let's think back to the Super Bowl between Carolina and Denver a couple years ago. And the other thing that I want to mention about the strength of schedule adjustments, it doesn't necessarily just have to be margin of victory. You can do efficiency ratings. And I'm going to talk about yards per pass attempt in this example. So Carolina, if you looked at their offense, their yards per pass attempt, and you look at them before the Super Bowl, they had the 5th best yards per pass attempt. Okay, remember, this is Cam Newton's Pro Bowl year, not Pro Bowl year, MVP year. He went into the playoffs, destroyed Arizona, destroyed Seattle. I might have the order of that mixed up. But they were 5th in yards per attempt. But when I made strength of schedule adjustments on my site, they actually ranked 11th. Okay? And there's a pretty big difference between 5th and 11th. So what we were seeing is that they probably played some pretty bad defenses. And that was true. So I'm sorry, I had a whole full set of slides. This one wasn't going to show up. But I've showed all 32 pass defenses by my system. And I've highlighted the ones in which the defenses that Carolina played. All the pass defenses that they played were in the bottom half. Not all. Most of the pass defenses they played were in the bottom half of the NFL. And particularly when you looked at the teams in the NFC South in their division, Tampa Bay was 19th. Okay? Played those guys twice. Atlanta was 24th. Played those guys twice. New Orleans was last in the NFL in pass defense by my adjusted numbers that year. Played those guys twice. Okay? So Carolina's pass offense wasn't as good as we expected. They faced a really good Denver defense in the Super Bowl. They got upset in the Super Bowl. They probably should have won that game. They had a lot of things go against them. But one of the things that you could have gotten from these adjusted numbers is that they were going to have a pretty tough time against a good Denver defense. All right, so my second story is how to make accurate preseason college football rankings. And next slide, please. So college football seems so random. You got 18 to 22-year-old boys, very hormonal, at a stage in life where they make bad decisions. And you're kind of trying to judge judge your actions off what these young kids will do. I know I didn't make very good decisions in that same age range. And I certainly know if I were Jameis Winston and leading the hopes and prayers of a program like Florida State, I might not have done so well. And then beyond that, you have the effect of just randomness of football. So this is the college football playoff. That's Jameis Winston. I don't know if you guys remember. He goes back. He just loses the football. Falls right into the hands of Tony Washington, that's right here, who rumbles in for a touchdown. Part of the demolition in which Oregon beat Florida State. But in college football, we have something that really helps us make preseason college football rankings. Next slide, please. Oh, yes, you can actually see this. OK, so what I've plotted here, each of these dots are teams. And on the x-axis is the rating for the end of the season in 2015. And then I plotted against how that team turned out in 2016. Okay? There's a diagonal line here. That's not a best fit line. That's the line in which the ratings are equal. So if your team landed right on that line, that means you had the same rating in 2015 as you had in 2016. Okay? So say that's maybe Stanford. Say they're 10 points better than average. That would be their rating. That rating means they would be expected to beat an average college football team by 10 points. That would be the predicted point spread. And what this graph shows is, like, year to year, these teams tend to hug this line. So if you have a team like Rice that sucks down here, if they had a bad rating one year, they don't really make jumps up to having a good rating the next year. Teams tend to persist from year to year. And this is true in college football. This is not true in the NFL. You cannot apply this model to the NFL at all. But in college football, we get this persistence of teams from year to year. Programs like Alabama, Ohio State, what do they have? Financial resources, winning tradition, recruiting prowess. These are all things that programs like Rice will never have. Okay? So the Alabama does not trade places with Rice. And that's what this is meant to show. Teams persist from year to year. So you can make a preseason model in college football based on that. And So there's 3 components to my model, and the first takes advantage of this persistence. So I look at the last 4 years of team performance and evaluating how that team is going to project to the next year. The second component to the preseason model is turnovers. So you guys know, if you ever watch football, turnovers can have a huge impact on games. Turnovers will impact a team's rating. So for example, if a team like Washington was plus 18 in turnovers last year, that probably helped their rating. That probably helped what my system said they were going to do on a neutral site against an average college football team. So we have to account for that. And essentially what it's saying is like, well, a team like Washington, they were plus 18 in turnovers later. Well, we expect that. We can't predict what their turnover margin is going to be this year. So we bring them back a little bit. We bring them a little bit closer to the mean because they had a little bit of this turnover luck. And then the third factor in the preseason model is returning starters. This is not a surprise. If you were good last year, you had a lot of people returning back. The next year, the numbers say you should continue to be good. So this preseason model, it's simple, and we can talk about its flaws, and we're going to in a sec. But over the last 3 years, it's predicted more than 70% of the game winners in college football games. So more than 70%. To put that in perspective a little bit, this is not including FCS cupcake teams. Okay, those games are excluded because I'm only ranking FBS teams. I'm not making. I guess I could make a prediction, but I'm not making a prediction on those cupcake games. So you can actually do some pretty powerful computer rankings in college football in the preseason. Okay, so preseason rankings for 2017, they're up on my site. Definitely go check them out. Alabama's at the top. I don't think that's too much of a surprise. They're almost 23 points better than the average FBS team. Clemson's number 2, 18 points better than the average college football team. That might be a little bit of a surprise just because they don't have Deshaun Watson, who I believe I think was a once-in-a-generation talent to play at quarterback for them. A lot of systems have them a little bit lower. My system doesn't account for Deshaun Watson specifically because he's the quarterback. Okay, he just gets lumped in as the returning stars. So you'll find him lower. Clemson, it might be a little bit high for Clemson for that reason. 3, Florida State. 4, Ohio State. 5, Oklahoma. No one's really I don't think many people are gonna argue with that top 5. 6 is Auburn, which I'm still trying to wrap my head around. They were a surprise last year. I think they played a lot better than many people expected. And they're getting Jared Stidham at quarterback this year, and we saw that he was pretty good in a very small sample size at Baylor. 7th, Stanford, where I went to grad school, and no adjustment for that, no personal bias in there. 8, Wisconsin, 9, Michigan, 10, LSU. So you can just go to my site and check those out. Now I do want to talk about, I did have to make an adjustment for Michigan. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a plot of the 30 years of team history of Michigan, but I just want to, this is the rating on the bottom slide, okay? So they won a lot of games. These are the 3 Rich Rod years. Brady Hoke comes back, was good his first year and then kind of dives, and this is the last year of the Hoke era. And then Harbaugh took over the last 2 years and they've come back up. And my model says we need to look over the last 4 years of Michigan's team performance. But clearly Harbaugh wasn't responsible for 2 of those years, those last years. And that's one thing that's dragging Michigan down. I was a little horrified when they showed up 30th by the raw numbers. So next slide, please. But we expect better because he's Jim Harbaugh, and I know I'm a little biased because I live in Ann Arbor. But this is what the man did at Stanford. They were a pretty awful program, and these highlighted years here show just the steep rise that he brought that program to. So what I did there was I took some market values to adjust Michigan's rating. So I said, well, how many games do I expect them to win? And they got 4 games that are going to be tough. They open at Florida, they're at Wisconsin, they're at Ohio State, and then they're home against Ohio State. So if we just can think of those as toss-up games, maybe they go 2-2 in those games. They have another 8 games. They're going to be a pretty big favorite in a lot of those games, but odds are they're going to drop one of them. None of those games is 100%. And just like last year when they went to Iowa as a big favorite, A lot of things can happen. You can drop a game. So I expect them to win about 9 games. That's exactly what the market value is That's exactly what the market value is. And so when you adjust their rating in my preseason model, they end up 9th to kind of make that match. All right. So we have college football preseason rankings. We can take that and we can get win totals. So the ratings are one thing, and that's how you would do against an average team, like I talked about before. But to predict win totals, you need to know the details of the schedule. Okay? So if you play a tough schedule, you're going to be predicted to win fewer games. And just as an example, Wisconsin's ranked 8th. They're predicted to win 9.6 games. They have a really easy schedule. Their hardest game is Michigan at home. And Michigan's 9th. They're not too far behind them in terms of rating, how many points better they are on a neutral site. But Michigan's only predicted, it ended up with 8.8 wins, 8.8 games. So college football win totals, I give these all out to people who sign up for my email list. So you can do that at thepowerrank.com. Okay. So next slide, please. So the last thing I want to talk about, this is my 3rd short story, is passing and rushing in the NFL. So this is a picture before the Giants played the Bills in the Super Bowl. Bill Parcells was the head coach, but we want to focus on the guy on the left, who's Bill Belichick, and he was the Giants defensive coordinator. And before the game, he went into the locker room and said, "We need to let Thurman Thomas rush for 100 yards." And the Giants defenders were horrified. They're like, "What? We pride ourselves on stopping the run." This is Carl Banks and all these big dudes. So you imagine a little white guy over there telling these large men that you need to let Thurman Thomas rush for 100 yards. And this is a story that has been widely told. I read about it in David Halberstam's book about Belichick a long time ago, and I was like, that's crazy. Like, why would he let Thurman Thomas run for 100 yards? Well, analytics is actually on its side. Next slide, please. Okay, so passing dominates the NFL, and we all know that. We all know it's a quarterback league. But what's kind of surprising is the insignificance of rushing. Okay, and I'm trying to show that in that plot, and I'm going to take you through this. So what this shows for all playoff teams is their rushing and passing efficiency. And we do it for a team. So what I do is I take the yards per play on offense, and I subtract the yards per play allowed on defense. Okay? So better teams will have good offenses that tend to gain more yards per play. Better defenses will allow fewer yards per play, so that's why we subtract that value. And I'm trying to show that, okay, so these are, I understand you can't see these well. The points are all the playoff teams. And what this is supposed to show is that the team pass efficiencies for all the playoff and the Super Bowl teams tend to be high. Teams that win the Super Bowl, teams that make the playoffs, tend to throw the ball well. They tend to defend the pass pretty well. There's a couple teams that were below NFL average and won the Super Bowl. This is 2007. That's the New York Giants when they went up against the New England Patriots in the Super Bowl, when Randy Moss, Tom Brady were going after the perfect season. One of the biggest upsets in Super Bowl history here. This is the New England Patriots, early days of Bill Belichick and Tom Brady. They went into the Super Bowl against these big dots are supposed to be the teams that lost the Super Bowl. They went into the Super Bowl against the St. Louis Rams, Kurt Warner, and the greatest show on turf. Another one of the biggest upsets in Super Bowl history. So there's a small sample size in playoffs. Clearly, teams that don't pass that well during the regular season can do well. But the majority of playoff and the majority of Super Bowl teams throw the ball and defend the pass well. But the story's completely different with rushing. And if you could see this well, you would see that the rushing efficiencies for the teams is a random scatter of positive and negative values. It's a random scatter. So there's a lot of teams that don't really run the ball well or defend the run and still make the playoffs and tend to win Super Bowls. So one team is the Indianapolis Colts. So from 2003 to 2010, they won 99 games over 8 years. I think they won at least 12 games every year until the last season in which they won 10 games. And a lot of that was the pass offense. Peyton Manning was good throughout that entire time. Even their pass defense was good for a couple years. But they were only better than NFL average in team rush efficiency once during that era. And now on the flip side, you have a team like the Minnesota Vikings during that same era. They led the NFL in team rush efficiency 4 times. They were third another 2 times. But in none of those seasons did they really make any waves. And the only season that they were really successful was 2009, and that's when Brett Favre was their quarterback. They were very efficient throwing the ball, made the playoffs at 12-4, and came within a couple plays of making the Super Bowl in the NFC Championship game. So passing is king in the NFL, not a surprise. Rushing is very insignificant to winning, according to the data. And I think that might be maybe a surprise to you guys. So is this trend going to continue? Is the NFL going to continue to be a passing league? Next slide, please. Well, to kind of look at that, we got to look at the history of what's going on here. So this top slide, this is a plot. This starts in 1978. And this shows the fraction of plays that are passes. So the rules changed in 1978. Offensive linemen can now use their hands to block. Defensive backs could no longer put their hands on the receivers more than 5 yards from the line of scrimmage. And so teams started throwing the ball more. And we've seen a very steady increase in the rate of passing in the NFL, especially since the turn of the century. But even, when you think that teams are going to throw more, the defenses would adjust. They would start, putting multiple defensive backs in the game. They would start really trying to defend the pass at the expense of the rush. And the efficiency at which teams throw the ball would decrease. But that really hasn't been the case. This red line is yards per play on the average, on the NFL average yards per pass attempt. And you can see that despite the fact that the NFL is throwing the ball more, the efficiency still is going up. So this is good. I mean, this is good if you should throw the ball, right? Because even if you throw it more, the NFL average is still increasing. And this blue line is yards per carry. It's essentially stagnated since the late 70s. I mean, it's a little bit higher, but not by very much. And then, the NFL, the passing game is really the gift that keeps giving, because this bottom line is the interception rate. And it was greater than 5% in the late 70s, and it just keeps dropping. You can kind of see this linear decrease. And the NFL had a low of 2.2% of passes ended up in the other team's hands. So I think this is really amazing. The NFL keeps throwing the ball more, it keeps getting more efficient, and it keeps getting safer. So I don't think that trend is going to change anytime soon. And what's the take-home message with this? Well, you don't spend too much time handicapping rushing. Winning depends all on the passing game in the NFL. And you can think about this in terms of injuries. Like, obviously, you need to adjust for the quarterback, skill position guys. But really think about the cornerbacks. Really think about the pass rushers. Running back gets hurt. I don't know. I mean, Ezekiel, his backup's probably going to be all right behind that offensive line. And so that is the end of my third story. That is the end of my talk. There's a fourth story. It's in these letters. And if you ask me a question, I'd be more than happy to give you one of these. And then you get to talk to Miriam, and Allison is not here, but you get their beautiful presence in your midst as well. So thank you very much.
So the analytics and the math is all new to me. But can you explain a little bit when you say 50%, 55%, 60% accuracy? Is that just straight up or against the spread? And then how do you need to adjust for those numbers?
Yeah, so that first thing that I talked about when I talked about the rankings, that was just, that was not any kind of ATS. That was just to say, like, what ingredients do we want in our model? And the value kind of doesn't matter. It just, the thing that you should take home from that is that when you put margin of victory, your ability to make predictions goes way up, as opposed to not using margin of victory.
Way up for money. It goes way up for a money line wager.
No. Just goes. Your ability to predict the outcome of a game goes up when you start considering margin of victory. And honestly, this isn't really a problem in the NFL because a lot of the good sites are using they're not just taking wins and losses and trying to make predictions. The problem is when you go into college football, there's a lot of lousy computer rankings that you should never look at because they don't consider something as simple as margin of victory in games. So don't worry about the values.
Hi Ed, I just wanted to ask, because you are taking turnovers out of the equation, or you're considering that they don't make a huge difference in the result of the game, but some of them are forced. So do you view them differently if they're forced or unforced?
Yeah, this is a really good question. Okay, so I do not take them out. It's more that I consider them.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I consider them, and the idea is, we'll take Washington. They were plus 18 in turnovers last year. The math says that plus 18 in turnover margin has zero ability to predict what's going to happen this year. So essentially in the model, they get docked a little bit that some of their performance was due to the randomness of turnovers. Clearly, some turnovers are forced, when you watch the play. But for me, from a mathematical perspective, it's really difficult to predict which turnovers are forced. So you could say, oh, better defenses force more turnovers. But that's just not true in the numbers. And in fact, you get a little bit, it's a little bit, you can get some information with interceptions, but I've literally found no variable that correlates with fumbles in college football. None. So it doesn't matter how good your defense is, it doesn't matter, surely there is exceptions, but when you look at college football as a league and what's going on, it's really hard to predict. It's really hard to take one variable and say, okay, I expect this team to force more fumbles on average. Does that make sense?
It doesn't help you predict the outcome of the game at all if you factor in turnovers.
Well, if you could predict turnovers, yeah, you would definitely get an edge. And there's, I do know some people that will try to predict interceptions, which you can do a very little bit. But what I'm saying is it's
maybe rushing the quarterback is probably where I think maybe if you rush the quarterback well, then maybe you can predict the high level of turnovers.
I'm trying to.
If you've got a quarterback that sits in the pocket, then or stands in the pocket, then.
For sure, and I'm all in favor of you guys making those adjustments for particular teams. But what I found is that if you want to say one variable over all of college football or the NFL is going to predict fumbles or interceptions, that's a really hard thing to do.
But if you put it in the model, then you don't get a better outcome. You don't get a no.
No, because the model says no. There's no difference.
All right, okay, well then that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Ed. Great talk, great speech.
Thanks.
Let me ask you, doing numbers as you do, how much do you put into teams or situations regressing to the mean? You stated Washington Huskies last year, plus 18 net turnovers. And it's highly unlikely that we're going to see plus 18 net turnovers for Washington again this year. And that does equate into their point spread success, the benefit of that. Is it coaching? Is it randomness? What do you put into a possible return to the mean?
Yeah, so I guess I didn't mention this. The preseason model is a regression model, so that's naturally baked into it. Teams like Alabama always get pulled a little bit back towards the mean just because they're the outlier there. That's obviously kind of a tough thing. So there is regression in there. And maybe Alabama is a good team to explain that with because what can go wrong with Alabama this year? Well, what can go wrong is they scored 12 touchdowns on defense and special teams. And that's a number I don't think they're going to come close to this year. So in some sense, the model does consider that regression, and that's just one particular thing that I don't think is going to happen again for Alabama. And that's one reason that you get the regression back to the mean for top teams like Alabama. Thanks for the question.
Hey Ed, how you doing?
Great.
question I have is when we heard the Vegas bookie guy that was on the other side, he said he looked at analytics, and he also used the human element to make the final decision. How much of that do you use to forecast your 70% win rate?
Yeah, so the 70% win rate has nothing to, is just pure numbers. And that's just to give you some sense of the idea of the ability we have to predict college football. I mean, I completely agree with Matt Holt. Like, you should always be some human judgment before you set a line, put down a wager. I mean, that's, yeah, I mean, you always use human judgment. I'm not someone who just looks at the numbers and said, hey, let's go.
Sup, Ed? First time, long time. Quick question: could your system also be translated into like a college basketball, maybe, like using kind of the same points?
Absolutely, absolutely. And one of the things I do on my site is March Madness analytics. I do the same team rankings, predicting the outcome of the tournament, win probabilities, and then also, yeah, I mean, definitely point spreads during the course of the year. You know, for my business, I choose to focus mostly on football and then March Madness because that's when I see the most interest. But I mean, I definitely do some college football. College basketball. You can definitely apply it to that, and it's a pretty data-rich thing compared to football, so it can be pretty interesting.
Thank you. So Ed, as you to follow up the question that was asked by the gentleman up here, as far as the human element and how it impacts statistics, my question was dealing with how do you foresee the application of qualitative variables in future predictions? So what are some of those impacts, maybe team rivalries, other issues like that seem to show some correlation, if not always a direct? If you could touch up on that for me, please.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think, yeah, I think those things are definitely worth looking at. Rivalries, I mean, especially something like rivalries where you have some historical data to check it, you should do it. I mean, I personally haven't done it, but I definitely feel like that's a good thing to do. Yeah, I mean, I think that's absolutely something that you should look at. But you're talking about the human judgment element as well? Yeah, I mean, that's just something, you know, the way I go about it is I, you know, try to understand the basics of kind of regression to the mean and what math says in general, and then I try to apply it to particular situations. I'm trying to think. So Gonzaga last year was, they were well ahead of every other college basketball team heading into the tournament by my points-based numbers. And it was something that kind of didn't make sense because, you know, it was a team that no one really expected to do. You know, it wasn't like a preseason top 5 team. Clearly a talented team, clearly a good program. But, I mean, that was the suggestive adjustments that I made to say that, yeah, I don't think Gonzaga is 3 points better than North Carolina on a neutral court. And so, you know, I didn't talk about this, but preseason polls are actually pretty powerful predictors of postseason performance. So, you know, you can kind of use that to say, okay, well, maybe this team is too high, and then I do calculations where I take point spreads, and then I use the same algorithm to adjust for strength of schedule, and that showed that kind of Gonzaga and North Carolina were on the same footing, essentially about the same. I think North Carolina was slightly ahead. So I guess that's just an example where, you know, you have an idea because you follow this stuff and you understand regression to the mean, and so you make some human adjustment, and then you try to back that up with data, and that's usually the best way.
Hey, how's it going, Ed?
Great, where are you?
Right here, right here. It's me,
awesome.
Breadman. Hey, I have a question I think that all of us might kind of want to know. With all of your historical data you've compiled over the last few years and your preseason assessments that you were just speaking of, is there any specific statistical trend that we should be looking out for this year, either with college football or NFL football? Thanks, buddy.
A single statistical trend.
Yeah, whether it be as simplified as such as a tail or a fade or just something that we should be keeping an eye on, something that jumped out to you
Yeah. Well, here, I'll talk about this for a little bit, and then you can tell me if this answers your question. So I've been thinking about the one-hit wonders in college football last year. So teams I'm talking about are Washington, performed very much better than, well, I guess Bill Connolly was high on him, and he's both a friend and a competitor in terms of doing this stuff. But he was very high on him. I thought they way overperformed. I didn't believe in Chris Peterson. So they had a great season, obviously. USC, in the sense that they had an amazing 9 games with Sam Darnold. And then Penn State is another one of these one-hit wonders. So just to put Penn State in context, like their offensive line was kind of decimated from sanctions and injuries and stuff when they went on that absurd run in the last 9 games of the season. And you just kind of wonder, is like, you know, how much of that, they obviously played well. I'm not trying to take that away from them, but was that something that's reproducible? And those are 3 teams that, you know, my numbers are going to have lower than polls. You can compare it to the preseason coaches poll that just came out yesterday. So those are that's a trend that, and I guess the story is the same in the sense that those 3 programs haven't performed over the last 4 years where humans are putting them in their polls.
Right. Okay.
So that's one thing. And, you know, I expect one of those teams to actually not be a one-hit wonder, but I expect 2 of those teams to kind of regress.
So we could potentially have 2 tankers there.
I think so. We'll see. We'll talk about it in December.
Thank you.
Yeah, and again, Justin, that just goes back to what Mark was talking about too, like regression to the mean. That's exactly.
So Ed, great presentation, and you're doing a great job with the Q&A. But I've got a real question about the stats for college football. I have a lot of issues with the mainstream stats.
Yep.
Where you have a bad snap on a punt that ends up with negative 67 rushing yards, and you know,
Right.
I mean, I find that statistics-based college football handicapping, from my perspective, is a negative ROI.
Okay.
Number one, I want to ask, where do you get your college football stats? Because you're going to find
Right.
difference between the ESPN numbers and the numbers and the NCAA puts out versus other sites.
Right.
Significant differences oftentimes. And 2, how confident are you in the stats that you're actually pumping into your algo, that they're good numbers?
Yeah, so those are great questions. So first, with college football, there's a really troublesome problem on all the major media sites, and that's that they count sacks as rush plays in college football. So all the negative yards for sacks go into rush plays.
And that comes from the NCAA. That's not the mainstream sites. That's the way the NCAA does it.
Yeah, but all the mainstream sites copy them.
Yeah, they do. They use the NCAA formula.
Yeah,
that's
and
an
it's
NCAA.
garbage.
Yeah, I know.
So that's the first problem. And so you're adjusting for that. You're going to be fine with that.
Does your model adjust for that?
Well, I mean, before, it's not my model adjust for that. I just put those sack plays back into pass plays before I do any adjustments. So yes. But if you're not Teddy and you need better data on yards per attempt in both passing and rushing in college football, I have a page on my site that does the proper adjustment, putting sacks into pass plays. So just check it out. It's under rankings on my site. The next question, can you be confident about college football? I would say yes. I mean, I've been looking at my numbers for a long time. I trust them to tell me when a team is overrated in rush defense, when a team could be sneaky good in pass offense. And I think you're right in the sense that maybe we can't trust it because it's the smallest sample size that we get of any sport. I mean, we have a 12-game regular season, and you're always going to find issues there. I'm trying to think of a good example in college football. But, they always arise. And I think if you have doubts about college football numbers because of that, I think that's entirely legitimate. And I will tell you, things do tend to persist from year to year in college football, and that's just not for teams. That pass offense, pass defense, they all tend to persist. So you can get you can get some better numbers if you use season data from the previous seasons. They can seem a little bit weird just because if a team's really kind of taken off like Penn State's rushing was last year. But that, on average, will help you. So this letter is about small sample size. and the perils of small sample size, and it was something that got sent to members of my site. So if Matt doesn't ask a question, even if he does ask a question, I'm not giving him one because he got one last year.
Hey, Ed. So I put out a totals projection based on WAR for baseball every year.
Awesome.
And please don't do your own because it'd be better than mine. But I
You don't
always
know that.
have outliers. You know, I get 2 or 3 teams that are 2 or more standard deviations away, you know, from the model. But
Okay.
those outliers, or one-hit wonders, you just call them, that's where some serious value is. Is there any consistent threads of what those outliers, you know, how they become to be?
Yeah, I mean, you know, some of it's risk, but I do think you can get like, you can get some insight. You know, teams that make huge jumps in college football usually end up having a superstar quarterback. I remember thinking, I was like, who the hell is this Jameis Winston kid? Why do we think he's so great? I remembered not really believing in that Florida State team. And then he went out and just obliterated Pitt that Monday night, first weekend of the season. So in college football, definitely like star players that can really change everything can give you those outlier seasons. Like, I mean, I think Sam Darnold's good, but I don't know if he's, you know, the next Peyton Manning yet. So, you know, we talked about the one-hit wonders. You know, if Sam Darnold's really that good, that's going to be the team that's going to be able to outperform what my preseason rankings expect. Does that kind of answer your question? Like, I mean, you know, if you want to find those, like, you know, I mean, maybe the Cubbies last year, you knew they had a ton of talent coming up to the majors that could perform at that level. Maybe that's something. I mean, maybe that was an outlier for your baseball one last year. Mets. Wait, Mets up last year or down this year? Last year. Okay. Yeah, they're not. What?
Rockies this year.
Yeah, see the Rockies. So the Rockies are actually below average in my MLB stuff right now, which I think is going to be interesting going towards the postseason. So.
I know you just told me not to ask one, so now I'm definitely asking one. So you were talking earlier about the effectiveness of running games in NFL and using it as any type of predictive analytics, and I agree with that. But don't you think that in college football it can actually play a huge role? Look at Tulane last year, ran the ball 40% of the time the year before, ran the ball 69% of the time last year. Points improved from 18 to 24.
Yeah, Matt, thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, the insignificance of rushing isn't the same in college football. I should have mentioned that. That is a very NFL thing. And then also, you know, I actually don't do any kind of like points-based NFL prediction because the persistence of teams in NFL just isn't the same. It doesn't work. You get garbage. So yeah, thanks for bringing that up. I'm gonna give you this later.
Hi, Ed.
Hey.
So clearly the NFL is a pass-first league. So what does your system directly look for in terms of like cornerback size or cornerback hits? Is that what it's accounting for? Is it hits on the quarterback? What is it specifically looking for?
You know, it should be looking for more of that stuff. You know, what I do right now is I take points-based methods and I combine them with adjusted yards per attempt. So, well, Zach screwed up my slide, but I had the defensive rankings, offense-defensive rankings for yards per play on pass defense. That's a huge, huge component of what I do with the NFL. I also do some market-based stuff, adjusted for schedule. But I think what you're talking about is kind of next-level type of stuff, kind of evaluating personnel, and maybe like, I mean, this is stuff that can be quantified, right? So we could look at cornerbacks and see, you know, how they performed. Cornerbacks are so hard. They don't get a lot of statistics, and they're so important. And it's one of these things where, like, you know, the best cornerbacks don't get a lot of pass breakups because no one throws at them. That's a really hard thing. And I think I've kicked around some ideas in my head of just like kind of aggregating subjective opinions of cornerbacks, because I think it'd be really nice to have a 1 through 64 ranking of cornerbacks to make injury adjustments.
Can we get a big round of applause for Ed Feng, everybody? That was amazing. So insightful. Thanks, pal. And can we keep that love going for all the presenters today? Teddy Covers and Drew Martin. Matt Holt, my man Gabriel Morency. What a day. What a day. So we have refreshments and snacks in the second floor lobby right here. At 4 o'clock, we have an open bar. Get a little fucked up. Open bar, no games. Yeah, we're going to have to talk to each other. Oh, shit. That is downstairs in the casino. And it's the lead up, so we're going to get all drunk, and it's the lead up for the big poker tournament that's brought to you by uwager.eu. So it's at 5 o'clock. There's $5,000 guaranteed, $1,000 per table. We're going to have the open bar and the snack bar going at the same time, and it'll be a lot of fun. The bag will be there to make up for his fucking Chicago Cub losses. That's just about to happen. But man, this is all about us and our community, and it's such a treat hanging with you guys, and we're just getting started, so we got a lot more glory to go. And we wouldn't be able to do it without SBR, the good people at Sportsbook Review. Let's give them some love. Sportsbook Review, thank you guys so much. And we thank Bet Online and Intertops and, of course, uwager.eu. And then we will get all messed up tonight. Try not to go to any real dangerous places. And we will also meet back here at 10 a.m. For Clay Travis to start up tomorrow. So thank you guys so much. I hope you had an enjoyable day. And we'll run again tomorrow. Okay.
The 2017 inaugural International Betting Conference is sponsored by BetOnline, uWager, and Intertops.